This is the School District of Waukesha Teaching and Learning Committee for Tuesday, May 3rd. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to our new committee members. Start with general business and verification of meeting posting. Stacey?
Yes, it's posted.
Thank you. We don't have bright lights tonight, so we'll move on to opportunity for public comment. We have 3 speakers tonight. Because there are less than 6 speakers, our speakers will be notified at 3 minutes, but allowed up to 5 minutes to complete their comments. We expect all speakers to honor our time limit, refrain from using any inappropriate language, and be respectful in their comments. Speakers who do not meet these expectations may be prohibited from speaking at future board and committee meetings. Speakers are here to address the board, not the audience. The school board and this committee does not endorse any comments made by members of the community here tonight. We would like to remind our community members of the impact of their words on others and that our children are watching. We commit to communicating with you in respectful and productive ways, and we ask that you do the same. We also expect that the audience will be respectful of the speaker and of the board and refrain from responding with verbal comments, cheering, applause, or other behavior that will detract from the meeting. Please note that no obstructions can be created between the board and the audience. Visual aids cannot be used, and the area behind the speaker and podium will be clear during public comment. Also, in order to respect our speakers and meeting participants, please silence your cell phone. Our first speaker is Samuel D'Amico.
Good evening. I'd first like to welcome our new members here tonight. My comments today arise from one of the Whittier and Hatfield listening sessions, among other comments that have been made at this podium. According to the DPI report for 2021-2022, 4 elementary schools in the school district of Waukesha have the largest student achievement gap in the district, based on measures of proficiency. We've heard many times the school board enacting hybrid education being blamed for the student achievement gap in our district. We even had some committee members and candidates tell us that the school board was to blame specifically for the elementary achievement gap. I'd like to inform anyone here, in case they forgot, elementary schools were not shut down during COVID, and hybrid was not brought or to blame for any achievement gap held in elementary schools because they didn't have it. So we have to understand, what is the achievement gap linked to? Well, unlike what some would like to believe, according to Lansing University, in a study done on the achievement gap in Detroit and Ann Arbor, Michigan, 2 different school districts, they found no relation towards the achievement gap and the merit of teachers. Actually, the largest share of ties came from chronic absenteeism, wouldn't you know it, being hungry at school, and the economic status of families. While it's easy to blame teachers when children are getting straight A's, it just doesn't make sense. The sport of education creates the curriculum, and every teacher is meant to teach the same standards. If a large portion of students aren't retaining the information, or it's not deemed age appropriate, then we need to change the curriculum. But blaming teachers, all teachers, indiscriminately is wrong, and those who do so know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Paul Reese.
Good evening. You know what they say on the job site, don't you? What a crew, what a crew. Awesome. It may be raining outside, but sure is sunny in here and bright. This is a good-looking group, and I am so proud of what this community did to put you here. It was a hard work, and the silent majority was woken. And we came out and showed up, and Gary, congratulations, 10,000 votes. That's quite a statement. And matter of fact, I want to get to you is there was another statement about you made, and it is that Carrie Kozlowski only wants the teaching of fundamentals in our schools and considers many of our specialized organizations or programs controversial. Prioritizes censoring library materials. I would say that that's a mandate now. This is what they hung on you. This is what they accused you of. You now have a mandate to prioritize fundamentals in reading, writing, and arithmetic, and also to address what's in our schools as far as books that are being given to our kids. This was a mandate handed to you. You won overwhelmingly. So I do expect that to be taken care of. The book material that's in our library is, when it comes to dealing with sensitive materials for young adults, has got to be addressed this summer, and it's got to go. There's some other books out there that's really good. I've got this one here, got for my son, reread it. It's called Johnny the Walrus. It's a great book, and it teaches kids about being kids and about being themselves, and it's okay to be who you are, and about the pressures that come from outside groups that don't really matter and don't need to be listened to. I wanted to address that we need to take care of that and clean up our schools. Also, there was supposed to be economics was like a big thing around here for a few months. It was going to be on our agenda that we needed to jump to and get to, and something needed to be done about economics, what we were going to do with it. It's not on the agenda tonight. What happened there? I thought it was important, that we needed to get to it and do something. And now it's not there tonight. And amazing how that happened. Or is it amazing? Yeah, something changed in here, and I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the winds of people spoke up and said something, and it was going to be fixed, and the administration didn't want it fixed the way the board wanted it fixed, so it was removed from the agenda. So anyways, thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Lindsay Fleck.
Hey, everybody. Excuse me. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. Welcome to those of you who are new. I don't care if I voted for you or not. I think that we're all here with the shared value of making our schools great places for kids, and that's why I'm here. I'd like to acknowledge the data shared at the last teaching and learning meeting, which gave clear indications, in my opinion, that we have a problem related to student growth and achievement in our district. And it's not a new problem, and it's not a COVID problem. I would also like to share my opinion that the purchase and implementation of many curricula and providing professional development to teachers around using that curricula is not going to solve the growth and achievement problem. I am not aware of data that the implementation of new curricula to Fidelity has improved student outcomes across geographical areas, demographics, and school settings. Over the last decade, adherence to prescribed curricula has been a primary focus of public education systems. Over the last decade, the mental health of students and teachers and the overall achievement in students in general have both declined. The achievement or opportunity gap, whichever you prefer to call it, has increased, not decreased. The amount of teachers leaving the teaching profession for good has increased significantly. I have shared data with all of you regarding the multitude of research supporting that effectiveness of teacher instruction, not the instructional materials they use, their planners, or their curricula, creates increased student growth and achievement. This has been tested worldwide across multiple demographics and school settings. It has also been tested across multiple curricular frameworks. Instruction is not curriculum, it transcends curriculum. And it is a great deal cheaper and easier to adapt than a curriculum is. I can speak to the power of personalized instruction and the value of relationships in our community by naming any of the excellent teachers with whom my own children have had the privilege of working in recent years. Personally, I'm starting to believe that Mrs. Tyler at Rose Glen was literally like descended from the clouds to teach my son in kindergarten and first grade. Over the past several weeks, I've also taken the time to speak with students who I supported as an academic and behavioral specialist through the Milwaukee County Wraparound Program. Most of these students achieved transformational growth in school attendance, engagement, and achievement over the course of the year and a half that I worked with them. In speaking with them recently, I was happy to hear that most of them have maintained that success throughout today. When I asked them what had made the difference for them, they cited the following. I knew you weren't going away, so I figured I would just show up and get our sessions done. I never called a teacher bro before without them getting mad. Started doing really good in school, and that had never happened to me before. I knew that no matter how the session went, you weren't going to treat me any different. I didn't worry about things being hard because I knew you were going to be there to help. If I needed help, I knew I could ask. I didn't feel embarrassed when I worked with you. I got really good at things that I was bad at. I didn't know how to ask for help. You showed me things that helped me, and you allowed me to ask for them. When you helped me follow steps, it made things a lot easier. I was given no curriculum to follow when I worked in this role, and I received a $0 budget for teaching materials. Let me be clear, I do not support giving teachers zero curricular resources or $0 budgets for materials. I don't think they should buy their own. But I also do not support using curriculum to solve an achievement problem. I do not support training teachers primarily around the use of a curriculum. I support training teachers in highly effective, flexible instructional strategies, relationship building, individualized student goal setting, and developmental indicators that demonstrate skill progression. And I support giving teachers the autonomy they need and the autonomy they deserve to meet the needs of all the students in their classrooms. I support that the purpose of our schools is to serve the students and families that live in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to our action items. The first action item is approval of the teaching and learning minutes from the April 5th meeting. So we have a unique situation where we have a new committee. Only 2 of the members of the committee were actually present at the previous committee. I would offer that Robert's Rules does allow a committee with new members to approve minutes from meetings that they were not at, because the committee as a body continues to exist even though new members are added. But I would not recommend that anyone move to approve something that they're not comfortable with. So I think it would probably be reserved to legacy board members. But if we can't approve the minutes, we could just note that they're not approved. So I'd be looking for a motion to approve. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I move approval of
Thank
the
you.
minutes as presented.
And is there a second? Second by Mr. Zenobia. Any comments or questions? Any concerns with the minutes? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? 5-0. Thank you. All right. The next action item is approval of the AP Chemistry textbook. And so we have Rachel Herman and Erica Yas joining us.
Good evening. So we do not have a welcome to the new board member. Sorry, I wanted to say that. Glad you're here. We do not have a presentation for you tonight. We have been here over the course of the last few months presenting to you around how the AP physics teachers have undergone the textbook adoption process, adhering to our board policy for textbook adoption. So in the course of the last time that we presented, we don't have any new information to share. The resource continues to be the resource that the teachers would recommend. Student feedback continues to be positive. It's a resource that is aligned to the College Board curriculum. It's a resource that the College Board itself recommends to support the course. And so at this point in time, we are seeking adoption of the resource to support our AP Physics class. Ken, sorry, we have physics next. It's going to be the same exact spiel for...
Time travel is a physics thing, so we'll just hold on to that. All right, discussion. Mr. Como.
Yeah, I move approval of the AP Chemistry textbook as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, discussion. Any comments? Mr. Zenobia? Oh.
Go ahead. Thank you. I just got a chance to go through the actual book myself, being a new member, and I know it's as in front of us as an action item tonight. The book itself looks to be fine, and the majority of the book has to do with chemistry. I guess the biggest hurdle for me to get over the book is the statement on page 4 of the book, which is Pearson's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there has been a lot of discussion here and everywhere on the subjects of DEI and CRT and how much they overlap and what they mean. When I open a chemistry textbook, I don't expect there to be the book to be filtered through a political lens. It's chemistry. I think it may be a little unfair to say that it is being filtered through that lens completely, because I don't see that. There are parts in the book, at the end of the book, that probably are, more or less. But all in all, the book is great. But my question and my hang-up with any book that will come before this committee, especially in the field of science and mathematics, is if we're going to put this lens on everything and we want to hold our students to a rigorous process of science and eliminate bias as much as possible, our opening statement of the books is political bias. And I don't know how we get past this issue. I don't know if there are other textbooks we can use for the board. I'm not necessarily proposing that. I'm just saying, how do we begin to get back to simple books that cover the subject they say they're covering? So that's my big hang-up on this book. I mean, there are examples in the book that are tough to deal with. I don't even know, honestly, if in the course of a year the high schoolers are going to get all the way back to chapter 24, or whatever it is. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But I guess that is my issue. To jump ahead, both of these books are Pearson. It's not in the physics book. So I don't have a problem with that. But I think this is an area that, going forward, we need to really examine how our students in Waukesha are going to compete in the world, especially against other nations that put a premium on mathematics and science, and we in the West want to filter everything through this lens. And I think it's a detriment to our students. I think it's a detriment to our country. That's a much bigger view, I guess. But kind of where I'm coming from on this. So that's my opening shot. Someone jump in. I guess what is, I mean, my guess to some degree, this is everywhere. This is in all our books. This lens is in academia. This is how academia sees itself and its mission. It's all part of it. So how do we get around it? How do we just educate for the sake of education?
So I'm going to have Erica answer part of your question. While she was looking at something I was trying to pull up, and I'm not having success with it yet, but I was trying to listen and multitask. I think part of this comes, the AP College Board has a position that they put out around diversity, equity, and inclusion. So many of the textbook vendors that write their curriculum specific to the AP College Board address the pillars that AP College Board represents within all of its courses. And so I'm looking right now for that statement, because I think that that's important to note when these vendors are trying to appeal to the AP College Board and what their curriculum offers. AP College Board says, here are the things that we value and that we take a position on that our courses should be addressing, regardless of the content, regardless of the level of the course. So I'm trying to find that, and then Erica has some additional information. But I think that's important to note with these types of books and knowing that it's alignment to College Board.
I know you mentioned the length, so in the packet, it does talk about Chapter 18, and then Chapters 21 through 24 are not part of the College Board curriculum, and we don't use them in there, so it does not include those chapters, which I think is probably where some of those topics.
What were the chapters again?
18, and then 21 through 24.
Mr. Moore, did you have a question?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Just to follow up to that, I understand we probably don't have many other options, and if we did have other options, they're probably going to be the same thing. I guess my view then is, and I think you've answered this to some degree, is then what do our lesson plans look like in the class? Does this get a mention at all? Is it a page that not literally torn out, but we don't consider it? I mean, is that more or less the case? How do we know that's the case? I want to expect that in chemistry and physics you have time to discuss some of these other areas, especially toward the end of the book, but they're there. And so, how do we feel comfortable that we're approving something that is intended for its purpose? And that's more in the book, I guess, at this point, but.
Dr. Cook, did you want to answer that question?
Yeah, just for some perspective, Mr. Zenobia, Pearson, Houghton Mifflin, Hardecourt, the textbook companies all have a DEI statement on their website. It's a philosophy that goes into the organization. I would venture to guess that any other textbook company has a similar statement out there. I don't know if it's reflective of the material. I haven't read the book, but oftentimes, and in my experience, you will see the company's statement of belief on the first couple pages of the book. They put that in there. I would have to defer to Rachel or Erica as to what it looks like from an instructional standpoint, but that's what the companies are putting out there for us right now.
That's accurate, and you're going to hear about lots of different textbook adoption over the course of tonight. And in terms of your question about how do we know what's being taught, what do the daily lessons look like, that's really the work of Erica and the team. First and foremost, they follow the AP College Board curriculum. And so we can most certainly provide you the very lengthy course guide that really gives them a breakdown of exactly what standards they need to hit, the pacing guide that they need to move in. And what Erica does with these teachers then is they create what's called a UBD, and so you've probably seen some examples of some of those, but we can most certainly get that in front of you that really lists, here are the essential standards, here are the outcomes that we want to see, here's the assessments that we use. And then in terms of our daily lessons, we are asking that all of our teachers participate in what we call a professional learning community, where they're talking about how are they delivering to those outcomes. And so all of that is done collaboratively. Usually there's a coach, Erica, an administrator, somebody who is sitting within those professional learning communities to make sure that we're not, straying in left field, but that we are sticking to what is the College Board asking students to know and be able to do to be successful within that course. And that really is the primary goal. To Dr. Cook's point, I have vetted this year, I think probably 30 curricular resources, all from, nationally renowned big wig companies. And to Dr. Cook's point, all of them have some sort of a statement or position around either equity, diversity, inclusion, and it's up to us to decide, does that align with our belief, our value in this district of what we feel about what all students deserve in terms of access in their education.
Any other questions? I do have a question. What is the reason that the select chapters are not covered?
It's not in the AP curriculum.
It's interesting. I mean, so I missed the third page or fourth page or whatever, I guess, when I say I looked at every page. Everybody just flips through the front. But Chapter 18, which has a lot about environmental science, and then Chapter 24, which has a lot about nucleic acids, I would think would be relevant to learning chemistry. I'm actually surprised that that's not included. But those tend to be the sections that I think the authors take a little bit of contextual bias toward chemistry. And I noticed that it's not just the science in those chapters. And one of the things, like what I'm celebrating is this is a hot off the presses book. There's a section in here about mRNA and mRNA vaccines. What I struggle with is that it's incomplete. It doesn't actually tell the whole story. So I do think from a perspective of teaching chemistry, it seems to have everything that we're looking for, and it seems like it's well organized. And I think all the other comments have probably been shared, but I do appreciate all the work that went into evaluating this.
And I would add, something we often tell our teachers with any type of curricular resource is that this is not, right, this is not the end-all be-all in terms of what it is that they use. We have a supplemental material policy for a reason. That policy serves our teachers very well in terms of needing to, right, to your point, this might not tell the whole story. What else do we need to fill in for our students based on what we know? And so there's never going to be, we've all said this when we go through the textbook adoption process, there is no perfect resource. There is no resource that fits every need that we have on our list. But that's why we then say, like, this isn't it. We now have a lot of work to do around what do we need to supplement, what do we need to add, how are we going to use this? And so that's the heavy lift that comes in what we call phase 2 of the curricular revision process.
Thank you. Ms. Kozlowski.
Okay, so that opens up a different set of questions for me. We are approving a textbook right now, right? I think I picked them up on Friday morning, so I spent the better course of Saturday at least getting through the chemistry and the physics side of this. Mm-hmm. We are approving the textbook. We are not approving yet the supplemental items that our teachers are using. Okay. And the concern that I have is that something that is forthcoming? Are we going to be approving that? Because the risk that we have, and that is something that has been very loud in our community, is how are we assessing consistency about what is being taught from all of our teachers that is approved and that does not align with some of the diversity and equity pieces, right? So how do we get assurance when we're doing a textbook that all of the supplemental tools are being done? Are they being taught consistently? Is this being professionally developed so that all of the staff is using all of that? I mean, I hear, you know, from the community as well, is that we want to allow autonomy. I agree with that, but there needs to be constraints and structure around not allowing anyone to go sideways, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we consider this to be what we call like phase 1 of the curricular process. Phase 2 and phase 3 are exactly what you're talking about. So phase 2 is designing what we call, again, that course UBD, which is something that does go in front of the Teaching and Learning Board, that does outline, again, kind of the much more nitty-gritty units of study, the course outline. The board has historically never approved teacher daily lesson plans, so that's not something that we do put in front of the board. We don't write teacher daily lesson plans at the district level. Then phase 3 is once we have that established, what is the professional development plan that we put in place to ensure that all teachers know how to be successful in implementing what we've developed. And then phase 4 is monitoring. How do we ensure that what we said we were going to do, what we built, and what we've developed you to now implement is being monitored and revised if needed. And so all of those phases go in front of you as a board as we complete them. The first step, though, is we have to know what we're working with, right? So a lot of the times we start with what's the resource that we're going to be using, what are the standards we have aligned to, and then we can start to draft the units of study, the scope and sequence we call it. Without having the resource, it's difficult to sometimes generate that information, but that's the next thing that'll come in front
Understood.
of you.
And we're looking to put this out in this next school year, is that correct?
Correct.
So what is the timeline on kind of the next steps to ensure that the staff has kind of the guidelines to help them?
With an AP course, it's pretty quick because AP dictates for us what the course sequence and course curriculum needs to be. So it's a pretty short turnaround time. With our non-AP courses, it takes a little bit longer just because we are generally looking at overarching standards. For this course in particular, I'd have to go back and look at our future agendas, but it would be sometime in the summer that we would be bringing that forward. At the latest, the August meeting prior to school starting.
Any other questions or comments? Markel.
Well, one of the things I'll say, and I told, Ms. Landis this, I had a chance to look over it, and on a positive note, one thing I did appreciate was the guiding questions that it had for each module for the students, and AP is very rigorous and it's intense, and I thought when I looked through the textbook that it really, really walked the students step by step and, module by module, so that they didn't feel overwhelmed. And that's one thing I did appreciate about the textbook. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, if there's no further questions, I think we will take the vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the AP Chemistry textbook, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next item on the agenda, approval of the AP Physics textbook.
Kind of want to say so same as the last, right? So
Back to the future.
Same thing as before. We have gone through the process. Nothing has changed in between now and the last time I presented and Erica presented. Teachers are still recommending this as the resource, and I don't have any new additional information to share. And so at this point in time, we are seeking approval of the AP Physics textbook.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Zenobia. Second by Ms. Kozlowski. Any discussion, questions, or comments?
So I will reiterate the same things that Mr. Zenobia had within it. And now within the physics textbook, within subchapters of that, were observation or opinion type pages on that, specific to a couple of cases of global warming. One of the concerns that I really have with that is that it's one-sided, right? So you've got a very loud opinion or an observation as to the data that goes behind that, and making sure that when those conversations, because this is a big topic, is that we are balanced. And there was a lot of that interpretation within the physics books outside of it. Again, I would agree, it was very physics. It followed the flow exactly as I would expect, and saw a lot of the stuff. I thought it was good. But those observations between chapters, that was a little alarming for me, and making sure that when we are instructing, that we are providing both sides balanced for all. Okay.
Mr. Moore.
And I'll have to agree. I agree with Kira Kozlowski. My question, in regards to her statement, is: with professional development, will there be ongoing professional development throughout the year? Because I think sometimes professional development happens just sometimes, and it doesn't cover. It's a lot to cover in one PD day or 2 PD days.
Yeah.
So the ongoing, so that will take place.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's part of my work in the professional learning communities, is I work with those teachers to make sure that we have that guaranteed and viable curriculum and that we're all working together.
And so my second question will be, with the observations, I guess, will there be guidance on how to guide teachers on how to instruct a well-balanced approach to some of that content that Carrie mentioned?
Yes, so our goal is what we do is we look at the standards and what AP asks, and we instruct around what AP is telling us to do.
Okay.
Okay, so that raises flags for me. When I hear us talking about the AP standards or the national boards, or I'm gathering my information from there, I, as a board member and a parent, don't hold that as gospel. So I'm taking a look at, these are recommendations, these are standards that are being provided that we are to use to implement. There is gray areas for all, right? I would say that as we take a look at managing towards all of that, that I'm not necessarily always going to be sold because the AP course says this is what I have to do. I think that there are standards, I think there are goals, I think there are technical fundamentals that our kids need to learn. How we learn that and what textbooks and what conduit we get to get them to that level isn't always going to be from what the national source tells me.
I think that's fair. So I think when Erica mentions AP College Board, and I think it would be helpful to, and again, we can include this, the College Board puts out for us and for the teachers the sequence, and I would say for most of its courses, it's standards driven. Obviously, in science courses where content, right, the content
Matters, yeah.
reigns, right? There's a happy merging of the two, but in terms of that balanced approach, we also have to consider, right, in conjunction with our AP curriculum, we do have board policy around controversial topics. We do have board policy that we talk to teachers about, that when we know that something is going to be a sticking point for students, or it's something that's a hot topic in the community, how are you presenting it to students and in a balanced way? And so when we draft, to Erica's point, that scope and sequence, when we start to outline our units of study in alignment with College Board, we are looking at, okay, yes, this is part of the College Board curriculum. I'll use AP English 11. The board approved a textbook for AP English 11 earlier this year. There were some pretty heavy topics in that textbook. There were some pretty controversial topics. But one of the things we talked about is, how then do we teach teachers to teach about those topics? And that's done, right, through our professional learning communities. We, for the first time next year, have a common professional meeting calendar for all of our high school and middle school staff, where Erica is going to be able to, like I say, get her hands on, but right, like work with those teachers around topics just like that, because our teachers want that too, right? For them, they don't want to be on an island navigating, how do I, right, when it's controversial or when they feel like they're ill-equipped to find the other perspective, because sometimes that's not always easy, right? They are looking for that help, and that's what we've built in purposeful structures next year to be able to do. We have them this year, we've had them in years past, but I would say next year we're even set up in an even better place with common planning time for our core areas, which has never existed in the past. Like I said, PLC structures, after school department meetings, like we really have, because we're doing such heavy curricular revision work, a lot of time and space dedicated to equipping teachers to be able to do exactly what you're asking.
Got it, thank you.
I actually have a specific question about the cost and the number of copies. When we talked about this in April, I thought we talked about 75 hard copies and 200 digital copies.
Yes.
The overview document that we received for this meeting says 30 hard copies for each site, but it's the same price. And then I think I recall, Rachel, you said that the hard copies were actually included.
In the package.
Yeah.
But it's not clear what we're buying, and so I don't know if there was an error between the documents, but the adoption of AP Physics textbook and then the slide presentation don't align.
The slide presentation is the most accurate. That's at the, yeah.
Yeah.
In the slide presentations.
I think that original document was the first.
I'm looking at the Word document, that's the adoption page that has all the context in it about
Yeah.
what's evaluated.
Yeah, that was the original, that was, to Erica's point, that was the original document when we were first looking at it, so that
Okay.
number was like a tentative number based on probably the original quote.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or based on an original inquiry. It's
Okay.
not until we did an official quote, which is in that slide. that
Okay, and I just want to clarify, and I'm not trying to split hairs, but that same document that we looked at in April said 75. So there may be something inconsistent about the document that was uploaded for the AP textbook approval for this month. But I'm hearing you that it's 75 and then 200 digital copies.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Yeah.
And just to clarify, $36,000 is what we're looking at.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Make sure we're all on the same slide.
All right. Take the vote. We have a motion to approve the AP Physics textbook. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, 5-0. Thank you. And back to the future, on to the next science topic. Approval of the middle school science resource, Iquest.
So, again, no new additional information to share. I did want to spend though some time reiterating around this particular approval. I think some really key features around the presentations that we've done. So one is, this is a resource that we've had in our system. It is the one content area in our middle schools where we have had a curricular resource. We know as a system that a resource is not teaching. We've talked to our board in the past about our model for developing teachers' instructional practice. We continue to grow that. But having a curricular resource to drive your instructional practice around is incredibly beneficial. And science at the middle school level is the only core area that we have had one of those in the last several years. It's also the only area where we have seen consistent increases in student achievement in both standardized measures as well as formative summative measures at the local level for all students and for our subgroups of students that we closely monitor that are historically underachieving in comparison to their peers. One of the things that happened in one of our board meetings was a teacher who came to talk to us about teaching math in this district for over 20 years. And she said this past year, she was asked to teach science for the first time. And she felt more equipped to teach science successfully because of the resource, Iquest, than she did her first several years teaching math, where we curate a lot of our own materials. She spoke to the level of engagement of her students. She spoke to her ability as an instructor to, when she's not busy trying to figure out, is this aligned to the standards? Is this the right article? That she could spend her time differentiating, scaffolding instruction, giving students feedback, connecting with them, and that's where the magic happens, right? That's the instruction. And so I just share all of that because I think this is an area that we have moved across our secondary level at looking at curricular resources. I bring a lot of my teams back to this science storyline of we're not doing anything different instructionally. Erica does the same training around our instructional model that all of our other coaches do. She's facilitating the same professional learning around that instructional model. The difference maker in science at the middle school level that we've identified is they have a curricular resource that is aligned to state and national standards. And so at this point in time, again, our student feedback remains positive around this resource. It is the only resource that is available in Spanish, which is essential for us in our dual language programming. And so we are seeking adoption at this point in time.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Moore.
You mentioned student engagement. Could you talk a little bit more about that? I get excited when I hear the student engagement piece and what the results around that look like actually in the classroom.
Sure.
Regarding this curriculum resource.
I'm actually going to have Erica talk about that because she has a line that she uses all the time with science that students should be doing science. Yeah, you always say it. Oh, now I'm
putting him on the
put
spot.
Okay.
I don't know.
So Erica, okay, she doesn't know the line, so now I have to say it. So something that Erica, you say it all the time. It's something about students should be like getting dirty with science, something like that.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, see, now I'm going to go like inappropriate here.
Sorry.
So I think when we talk about engagement, one of the things that we see a lot in our science classrooms, I would say maybe historically, right, we want to move away from this idea of like teachers sage on the stage to students are digging into inquiry. Students are asking really authentic questions. Students are doing really high-level labs that get them questioning, get them thinking. This is a resource that does that. It allows for students to participate in thoughtful inquiries.
And what's really nice is that it's a spiraling curriculum, so it follows a storyline. They give a question or a scenario that begins the whole unit, and they follow that and spiral that storyline the entire time to the point where they really are trying to figure out what is going on. Like one of the questions is about soap and how does soap work and how does soap dissolve fats and how does that work. So it really gets the students engaged in the whole process, not just we've learned this fact and we're moving on. They're doing the science like real scientists do.
That's the line. They're doing the science. That's the line. Okay. They're doing science. They're not just learning about science.
So they're putting the theory to practice.
Correct.
Yes, 100%.
Mr. Zenobia?
A couple of questions. So this particular series has had a lot of success that's been seen. Has it been, are we at the end of the first 6-year stint on this, is why it's being reapproved?
Yes, we've gone through the 6 years, so it's up for renewal, so we can keep using it. We're only asking for 3 years so that we can begin the process of digging back into the curricular revision through phase 1 again.
Okay. This series of books, and there's a lot of them. I only brought 2. This stretches through all 3 years of middle school.
Correct.
And they actually use these books to work through?
So we don't use
Each
the
student
physical
gets this?
copy. We use a digital platform. This is
Okay.
just the paper version of it, but it's a module based. So each grade uses 4 of the units: 1 life, 1 physical, 1 chem, and 1 earth each year. So they would see these materials once they log into the thing, and the teacher assigns them the reading or the lab or whatever the assessment that's on there.
So we're not buying this amount of books for every student, we're buying for every class?
You're buying digital access.
Just the digital?
Yep.
Okay. One question that was brought up in the last area of physics was balance. For the most part, having gone through all these in a short period of time, they looked great. I mean, they really did. There's a lot in there. There's a lot of different topics in there. I only found a few areas that, again, if presented just in what is in the book or whatever's in the plan, would have some level of bias. And my only issue with that is not teaching these subjects. It's what is the balance to some of these areas? What is the balance to evolution? I don't even know if we have that here in middle school. What is the balance to the environmental sciences that have somewhat of a bias if it were to go strictly by the book? Now, when you say that it doesn't go strictly by the book, we buy the resources, it's taught, and we've had this conversation the last two areas, is how do we get to see an example of what's being taught where? I would like to see that in some of these areas, is what's an actual lesson plan that goes to the middle school in any one of these areas that, that would be my next step and going forward and looking at some of these. I didn't catch in here that it's part of the dual language program and is one of the resources that can be used in that area. I mean, that's obviously vitally important for what we're doing here with that program. So that's good to hear. But that's my major concern, is how do we balance some of these issues if we're not already? So, thank you.
Mr. Coleman?
Yeah, just to dovetail off of that, we can't always use the same resources between our dual language program and our English-speaking learners. So that's a huge plus. I also think we could probably gain some efficiencies from a professional development perspective, since we've been used to this for 6 years. So I think we actually save some monies, and even better yet, we're getting the results. I mean, it's one of those things where I think we win on a couple different levels. So I really have enjoyed this resource quite a bit. I can see how the students get engaged. There's some fascinating materials, and I just don't remember possibly having that much fun when I was in middle school.
Other questions or comments? I do just again want to clarify, because there's some inconsistency about 3 years versus 6 years in the different documents. So this is 3 years, and it's $132,000 for the 3 years plus the $30,000 in supplies. Does the supply package cover all of the lessons in all of the books that we looked at?
Yes. It covers $10,000 for each of the 3 middle schools to basically upgrade the consumables that they have been using over the last 6 years.
Okay.
To make sure that they can fully teach the curriculum.
So is that purchased from the publisher, or do the teachers or the science departments have to go out and buy those
We're going
from
to do
Science and
it
Surplus?
ourselves, just
Okay.
because it's more efficient and we get a better quality of material. So
Okay.
I will organize that with the teachers, that we make sure that each building gets what they need, because Les Paul might have different needs than Butler based on the number of teachers and houses that they have.
Okay. So maybe just to clarify that too, then, are there lessons that are kind of selectively omitted from the program because maybe they're too hard to implement, or from a supplies perspective? Or can we assume that all 6th, 7th, 8th grade students flow through this material that we reviewed?
That's the
cover to
goal,
cover?
yes.
Okay. Does that include the lessons in the appendix as well?
So the appendices are used as supplement or extension for students as needed. It's not part of the daily scope that
Okay.
is shown and recommended, but if a conversation goes that direction, or if a student wants to do an independent research, those are resources the teachers that can then use instead of blindly looking for resources.
Okay. I do have one other question. So how does this work in the context of like our 8th graders who end up taking biology? What do they see of this curriculum, or what do they miss?
So they, in theory, would miss 2 of these modules, because biology covers the curriculum of a semester of our 8th grade science. The chemistry and the biology units are the same as what's in high school biology. So they would miss the earth and then the physics. Most of our biology teachers do small little mini lessons throughout the year to help touch points with some of those. I was just in Mr. Caesar's classroom at Butler, and he was doing an earth science little mini lesson for the students, so that make sure that they aren't missing those key standards and information.
And are those lessons homegrown, or are they
He uses the
taken
things
from this?
from the 8th grade unit.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments? Be looking for a motion to approve the textbooks. Mr. Como?
Yeah, I move approval of the Iquest resource as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Zenobia? Any other questions? No? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. All right, moving on to our discussion information items. The first next item on the agenda is Character Strong High School Social and Emotional Resource Update, presented by Luke Pinion, our Director of Student Services, and friends.
Which we will introduce everyone. Yeah,
Good.
All right, we're locked together here.
For sure.
All right, good evening, board members. Can you hear me all right? Good. All right, and welcome to the new board members to Teaching and Learning. I brought some friends with me today who are very passionate about the topic, as well as heavily invested in the pilot. So I'll let them introduce themselves, starting with Sarah.
Hi, I'm Sarah Dude. I am a school counselor at Waukesha South.
My name is Laura Keppel, and I teach science at South.
I am Margaret Mulqueen, and I'm an English teacher at South.
Maria D'Amato, Associate Principal at South.
And I'm Amanda DeSue. I travel between elementary schools in our district.
Thank you. And you might be wondering why we brought an elementary school counselor to talk about Character Strong, which is high school focused. We wanted to really ground you in what this looks like in Waukesha. And Dr. Desua has been really involved heavily at the elementary level supporting students around this topic, and she has also authored a couple children's books around regulation of emotions. So she's very well versed on the topic. And I do have a presentation, Stacy, that I'm going to link to. Does the sound work too? So I want us to really focus on what this looks like in Waukesha, and we'll look at different sets of research, but really focusing on more of those employability and life skills that we want to see all students learn. Character Strong is a resource. Into earlier points that were made tonight, what makes a resource more powerful is the teaching and what's behind that and how teachers teach. In terms of defining what social emotional learning is, there are definitions in lots of different places, spaces, organizations. I brought us just back to how the state defines it in terms of that process of how children and adults acquire and effectively apply those knowledge, attitudes, skills necessary to understand and manage their own emotions, set and achieve goals for themselves, feel and show empathy for other people, establish positive relationships with other people, and make responsible decisions. I think it's really important to understand too that anything around teaching students how to regulate emotionally or socially doesn't start and it doesn't end with a curriculum, doesn't start and end with a lesson. It's been embedded in how we teach and what we do since the dawn of teaching in terms of just being a good person and what people are looking for in decent human beings and decent employees. I like the quote Character Strong also gives us, is it's really about creating space for yourself while also creating space for others. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the importance of the parental component of this. Parents and caregivers are children's lifelong teachers and support systems. They play the most indispensable role in the development of these types of skills around social emotional learning, and that classroom and anything we do is not designed to counter that in any way, shape, or form. It's designed to strengthen and support parents' work that they're doing with their children at home.
So I'm going to speak a little to the research behind these lessons. There's decades of research demonstrating the power of integrating SEL in schools. A lot of the research is actually meta-analysis, where they take qualitative and quantitative data from multiple sources to try to look for themes. And they did determine that SEL leads to improved attitudes and behaviors in students, greater motivation to learn, a deeper commitment to school and more engagement, increased time devoted to schoolwork, fewer negative behaviors such as noncompliance, aggression, delinquent acts and disciplinary referrals, and reduced emotional distress. In addition, other studies have determined that there's fewer behavior problems when we have SEL in place. Studies have shown these benefits show long-term effects, 10% fewer psychological, behavioral, and substance abuse problems when they reach the age of 25, less emotional distress. There's fewer occurrence of depression, anxiety, stress, and social withdrawal as evidenced by measures like the Children's Manifest Anxiety Scale, and really those are powerful data pieces right now when we're dealing with some mental health needs. Positive social behavior, students get along better with others as reported by fellow students, teachers, parents, and independent observers. And we love to hear about academic success. There's actually some studies from 2014 that show SEL was shown to raise students' achievement scores by an average of 11 percentile points.
Thank you. And we're going to skip the video for tonight just for the sake of time, but there's a couple minutes that just goes into the explanation of these data points and what it really is. And of course, there's a financial benefit as well. There's a large study out there that talks about the return on investment for our benefit to students, schools, and communities, and that there's a $11 return on investment for every dollar that schools spend on focusing on social emotional learning. This is really when you think about where some of the behaviors that Amanda mentioned that we're trying to reduce in our schools, where those can lead to in terms of expensive services, expensive placements, the juvenile delinquency or justice system, and how that then, when we're starting to reduce some of those behaviors, saves us money in the long run for some of these services that are quite costly. It also connects to our board goals and our key performance indicators as a school district. Certainly connects to all academic indicators when it comes to the most viable and reliable curriculum isn't going to matter if we're not regulated in that space to learn. So that's where you see the data points coming in terms of academic performance increases, student engagement, hope and wellness, the climate of the overall school building, and the behavioral indicators and any disproportionality or office discipline referrals are all indicators that this would have relationships to that we could keep eyes on moving forward and that we do monitor regularly. There was also an article that Indeed published this past November that really focused on the top 10 employability schools that employers are looking for in today's world. Quite honestly, our efforts around regulating students socially and emotionally hit on nearly all of these. I would say maybe with the exception of technology. However, Character Strong is technology-based, so they're using technology to leverage the lessons and the content. But certainly all of these are really embedded in what we're trying to foster in our students. We also, in my role as student services, we focus a lot on school mental health. This is certainly a need, certainly a concern we continue to address from a variety of angles. When we look at a comprehensive school mental health system in the different array of services and supports, promoting students' emotional and social well-being and learning is one of the 4 quadrants and pillars that we try to address to have a full comprehensive mental health system in supporting students' needs. I also just pulled, again, different professional organizations that guide different levels of work that we do in student services as school psychologists, counselors, social workers, the Aspen Institute, bipartisan national commission recommending it, U.S. Public Health Service. So I won't read all of these, but there's just a lot of organizations that amidst the pandemic, amidst rising mental health concerns are really recognizing the power and the importance of teaching these life skills to students. Which really brings us to the high school need. So we've had concerted efforts for K through 8th grade around teaching life and employability skills, and we haven't really had anything at the high school level that has been evidence-based or evidence-informed. So what you'll see a lot of school systems and school buildings have done is they've self-created lessons to hit on these skills. There is some danger in self-curating lessons in that there are no safeguards to really protect against individual staff taking that in different directions or inserting their personal bias, because there's no real blueprint or framework that they're operating within when they're pulling in different types of lessons and creating their own, versus many of the curriculums that you might see that are evidence-based or evidence-informed have built-in protections against that from happening. So our intention is really to replace some of these self-curated lessons for 9th grade with evidence-based, evidence-aligned content in the high schools. It's also then connected to the state's social emotional competencies that we see they put out several years ago from pre-K through adulthood. And we want to make sure that those are aligned because, again, self-created lessons are not. And this is also serving to address some of the emotional and the social impact that the pandemic has had. We also see more office discipline referrals for 9th grade. When we run our data and look at that, that tends to be a kind of a blip in the data in terms of a spike of behaviors that we're seeing in our schools. So this would be why we would want to start and really focus our efforts at that 9th grade level. And we continue to hear teacher feedback about behavior in our schools. We know, and one of the pillars of a multi-level systems of support is that you can't intervene your way out of universal concerns. Some of what's going on right now isn't able to just intervene our way in small pockets. There's a lot more power in some universal supports, universal skills that we're trying to teach, and the data supports that as well. So bringing the new board members up to speed, or new T&L committee members, is some of the collaboration that happened last year. We had over 20 different staff, multidisciplinary, representing a district team throughout the year, exploring multiple resources, different agencies presented. Character Strong was the preferred and unanimous resource. It was very teacher-friendly. Teachers were at the table when it was originally developed, and that was by far the clear path in terms of what was most desired and would meet our needs most cleanly as a system.
So Character Strong provided several things that really were beneficial to us. And some of those there was a full scope and sequence of lessons, not just in the 9th grade, but grades 9 through 12. This school year, we did pilot the 9th grade lessons. Many of the lessons are that plug and play, so teachers don't need to have additional prep time in order to be able to utilize these lessons. They can be utilized right then and there. They also can be personalized. There's parts and pieces that you can take from a lesson if there's something that you don't feel is necessary for your group of kids. We know our professional staff knows our students best, and so they can use parts and pieces. I heard a little bit before about that translation of Spanish. We have a lot of students that could utilize that, and this was a resource that provided that. As I spoke to, there's really no prep time needed, and it aligns to those Wisconsin SEL competencies. So they can be delivered virtually, they can be delivered face-to-face, and last year when we were in our hybrid learning, that was also beneficial to us. A lot of the skills that are targeted are life skills. They're things, just as Luke had talked about before, that you want any good human to do. So we want them to have empathy. We want them to be able to communicate. We want them to be able to respect and forgive one another. It levels the playing field and provides a common ground, a common communication that we can utilize. So this definitely has provided that for both our teachers and our students.
So I'm just going to quickly go over, so my first year piloting, Character Strong, when it's plug and play, it really is that simple. It takes me about, 10 minutes. On Sunday, I fly through. Our homeroom captain, Ken Hirsch, does lessons, and I just quickly go through what I need to do. Just make sure I know how to use the links, because there's lots of links to use. And it's the same setup every time. It starts with a word from a different part of the globe, Greek, Hindi, Mandarin, about whatever concept we're looking at. From there, the kids play a quick game, which usually gets very silly because they're ninth graders. And then we move into, it's just a nice community builder. And they get to talk about what they think about the lessons. And we'll remember, cootie catchers like that. They now have those electronic cootie catchers it's right there on our list. From there, what happens is the kids then go into what the lesson is actually about. And I've been teaching a long time, and they're just really great. It's the soft skills, the study skills that kids need. So it's like confidence, how to ask people for help on whatever it is, how to be a good person. So the lessons are super nice. It's those soft skills that we talk about, but we don't have time to ever really dive into. We have quick lessons that do that, so the kids can do small group, partner work, and we come back at the end to reflect about what we can do at the next lesson. So for example, one of them is about confidence. So it will talk about building confidence and different ways to build confidence. And the kids, that's kind of like a little challenge, okay, now go out and try to be confident. And we'll talk about it next week. And so they come in next week and we talk about that confidence again. Well, how did it go? And so that's pretty much how a lesson runs. So it goes from kind of goofy, small group, and then it goes into a quick little lesson, which is all these slides right here. And then from there it goes to an overarching idea, and then we reflect upon it, and then out we go. From there, some of my favorite lessons, I know you were worried I wouldn't be prepared, is one of them is actually about worry. I have a 18-year-old and I have a 15-year-old, so I have a freshman and a junior, and they worry a lot. And this was a really great lesson because it gave kids a chance to ask each other, how do you ask people for help when you're worried or upset? And they brainstormed out the ideas. Another lesson I like, it's called To Be. It just asks the kids different characteristics they want to have in them. The 3 Character Strong qualities was confidence, it was to be curious, and to be thoughtful. So at the end of the lesson they talked about being thoughtful, and then the kids' goals was for the week just to be thoughtful. And the last lesson we just did this was a really great lesson because it asked the kids about how to ask for help. And the kids actually got talking about why they don't ask for help. And one kid, when you teach, you end up with moments in time that stick with you forever. And this kiddo was because I don't want you to be disappointed in me. And I was like, whoa, we gotta back this boat up. I'm like, wow, I would never be disappointed in you. And I just had to explain to him that, like, when you're, like, I see kids two ways. I have the student who's here, and then I have the person who's here. And I'm never disappointed. Like, I explained to the kids, I'm like, I'm never disappointed in you. If you don't know something, you gotta ask. I'm here to help you. I said, now, if I see you taking ketchup packets down the hallway and squirting people with it, I'm gonna be disappointed in that. But, like, as a student, please don't always ask for help. We're never disappointed in who you are. And you could just, like, if I could film a collective sigh, they all were like, oh, okay. And those, like, the character strong lessons have provided us with those, like, just little quick moments to be like, it's okay to be you and to ask for help or to seek support or to figure out who you are.
Can you go to the teacher feedback
Yeah,
slides?
sorry, I talk fast.
So I, as a homeroom teacher, I kind of see it as my job to serve as like the main contact for that student throughout their 4 years in the building. And I've enjoyed doing that, but one thing that I'm really liking about Character Strong is that I see the lessons as something that I'm going to keep coming back to over the time I have with these kids. So when they are a sophomore or a junior and I'm asking them, why are you getting C's and D's? And like, oh, I'm just so stressed out and I just blah, blah, too much going on. I can come back to the lesson that we had about stress this year as a freshman, where we talked about the stressors that we can control and the stressors that we can't control, and how some of those things we can like work on fixing and some of them we just have to cope with. And those conversations, I think, will just pay dividends in the future as I can like continue to help them with test anxiety and just managing life, the things that we try to do with students anyway, but this has given me as a teacher some vocabulary, like to talk with them about these issues, and also for them to just kind of have that common language. Like we've all had that experience as students sitting in the class and talking about these things together. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
And just to piggyback, that concept of a common language is really effective, because if all ninth grade teachers are doing it, and even across the district, then these kids, when they're interacting with each other, have, I call it social currency. They have things that they can talk about that they all have in common. And so they can all go to lunch, because they've all been different homerooms, and be like, well, what'd you do in homeroom? Oh, we did Character Strong. And they're all like, oh. But they can still talk about it because they have that same social currency. And as a teenager, that is invaluable.
All right, we've put several teacher comments that have been actively a part of the pilot. Again, we don't want to read all of them. Do the teachers want to speak a little bit to the student feedback, how you elicited this, and bring context to the student comments?
Eliciting that it was Ken, right?
Yeah, my office mate did that. So he asked a whole bunch of my kiddos that I have in homeroom and in his English 9 classes what they thought about it. And the kids, because they're high school kids, there's a little bit of an eye roll, but just to generalize, what they really liked about it is, I think that they feel supported, that they feel they have a moment to have a voice, and that they know it's okay to be a teenager. And that because of that, and you brought this up when we had met last week, that it's okay, it's like okay for them to have these thoughts and to have the worries, but now it's even better because they have that common language and ideas that can help them feel better about it. And you also brought up the fact that the seniors were jealous that they didn't get to have this.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought that kids weren't going to like this and that there would be a lot of eye rolling and like sighing, but I've been really pleasantly surprised at how much they appreciate it. Every kid is listening. I mean, they might not all like act like it, again, they're high schoolers, but like they really seem to enjoy it. And I mentioned to some of my AP students that we had just been talking about test anxiety, and they're like, oh, why didn't anyone ever talk to us about that? Like, this is stuff that kids are craving, that they want support with. We're not treating them like infants or telling them what kind of people they need to be. We're just trying to be supportive and help them cope with life in school. So.
And I think that to that point too, Character Strong has done a really nice job making this high school appropriate. Some criticisms of other curriculums or other lessons that we explored was that they were too childlike or they felt elementary or primary. That's not the feeling, and they sold it that way, but I'm happy to hear that's how it's being received as well. And they've also done a good job at really balancing and making sure that there's not a lot of room for personal opinion or biases in things that teachers could accidentally or intentionally kind of leach into lessons. And ninth grade is really focused on that sense of belonging so that students, feel this sense that they want to be at school, not that they have to be there. We want to be very clear with parental access as well. So this is true for any of the life skills or employability skills that we're teaching throughout our system. But for ninth grade, there are pathways for parents to dig into content, to see lessons, to see what's being taught, to see how we're teaching it. So they can either schedule time to come in and review it with school staff or with a school counselor, or there's access here where they would agree to a confidentiality agreement since it is copyrighted material, and they would have a window of time to access that. And should they need more time, Character Strong would grant them that as well. So we want to be very visible, very transparent in what is being put in front of students, and again, ensuring parents we're not trying to replace any values or counter any of the value system that they're instilling at home. Cost, I would imagine you are curious. So year one, we did have more of a substantial cost just to be granted access to the platform. We paid through a grant. So we've received over $500,000 in mental health and different grants over the last few years. So this was a small slice of that. And then the subsequent cost is fairly reasonable, about $500 per school to access the digital platform. And we would be able to sustain that with title funds as well, title grants. I wanted to get ahead too, just with some questions and concerns that have come in over the course of the year, and just to kind of maybe help soften a little bit of where people might be thinking or concerned with this kind of content being put in front of students. One is the argument that teachers aren't prepared to teach this. And again, I would say really it's been designed and developed by teachers for that purpose. There's training and support, again, a strong professional development plan of how we would work with teachers to support them before they even have to, as well as while they're doing it. At the middle and elementary levels, our school counselors are great about supporting teachers in this way, modeling lessons if needed, and supporting teachers along the way if they're uncomfortable or answering any of their questions. And again, good teachers have been doing this just naturally in teaching these kinds of life skills from the beginning of teaching. Another concern was that it takes away from core learning or core academics, and really, again, the evidence would be that it's the opposite in terms of strengthening those components and deepening learning in academics. There was a concern that it might be more of like a group therapy forced upon students, which would really be a misconception of what therapy is as well as what teaching these life skills are. The focus is really on the skills that are needed to be successful in life and in the skills that employers are looking for, at least in our system and how we are doing it in Waukesha, or how we would intend on teaching Character Strong. And then the last one was that it's eliciting strong emotions out of students. And again, I don't know if you've seen that out of there. If anything, it's empowering students with tools to cope with strong emotions and teaching them how to navigate through that in a successful way versus maladaptive ways. Which leads me to questions from the board. And we, again, have everyone here, so we have a wealth of knowledge and information for any kinds of questions you might have.
All right. Ms. Kozlowski.
Okay, bear with me, I have a lot.
Sure.
I've spent quite a bit of time over the last 24 months digging into SEL. I understand CASEL. I think there is a tremendous amount to say that self-regulation and emotions is real. I've spent 28 years in a corporate environment, and I can't tell you how many emotional intelligence courses that they have put you through, and I think that to a degree that our children who do have big emotions, there are some adults who could really use some value in that. However, SEL is a very controversial gray issue, okay? I think we need to recognize that. The Wisconsin DPI and CASEL analyzes SEL through the lens of equity. They talk about self-awareness as understanding your race, your gender identity, and other roles such as that. That is in contradiction to what the School District of Waukesha has set up for right now. And to talk a little bit about, where you've said since the beginning of time, I have 3 daughters. I understand how emotions and how life is challenging, and much of what they learn and our students need to learn is going to be in the moment, right? It's learning as these emotions are happening and where we're trying to direct them to. So I think that I agree that since the beginning of time, teachers have been already natural at being able to help students navigate and learn and coach, and maybe not necessarily in the tact and the nice format that is giving you a crutch to be able to lean on, which I do think is important. So a few things that I have for you is we've referenced data, right? So I think that if you know me, I'm an accountant, I love my data. I've spent a lot of time pulling on this, and we referenced data in 2014. I think the school district of Waukesha put SEL in about 2018, if I'm not correct, or if I'm not wrong, roughly right in there that we started to see that within our district.
I believe at the elementary level, and Dr. DeSua, you might be able to speak with your longevity here, that it's been around longer than 2018.
It has been around longer. It was, newer kits were purchased in 2018, and there was additional PD to really support teachers in the delivery of second step at the elementary level. So 2018 was maybe when kits were updated, but it has been a longer.
So the freshmen that we would start to see that this implemented for, have they had this in an elementary program, or is this kind of a gap period?
I'd say it's probably a gap. I don't think the freshmen currently had consistent SEL. I can speak to data a little bit. At the elementary level, this is my 9th school year, and when I did start, I had all 14 elementary schools at the time. So there was not a lot of universal instruction in place. I did collect data on the reactive referrals I got from teachers when they reached out because they couldn't teach anymore. There were so many friendship troubles or dysregulated students in their class that they really needed additional support in the form of instruction. Then I tracked the data once we had the universal SEL in place. The reactive referrals went down 61% after that switch. So it was really nice to see that because of that universal piece, the teachers were able to teach a little more. They weren't reaching out in desperation because...
Well, and that is a huge issue, right, that we're hearing from our teachers is bandwidth, right? I'm running out of space, we're layering things in, I'm losing study time, I'm losing prep time, I'm losing time to be able to navigate. So have we pulled data specific to the school district of Waukesha? I think we've leveraged a lot of the pieces that we've talked about from a national level, because the data that I've seen and pulled shows that since we've implemented this, our proficiencies have remained flat, right? We're not seeing what I would see in academic achievement. I'm seeing a rise of behaviors. Pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, we are hearing from many teachers in the district that our behaviors are on the rise. Part of that is accountability. Are we holding our student behavior accountable? Are we putting corrective controls and discipline in around on them to address their behaviors? And I recognize this is a really big bucket, right? We've got students that are coming with backgrounds in different pieces, so by all means, I'm not trying to shrink it into a different piece. But when we talk about what the expectation is when my students or the community expects when their kids are in school, the number one focus is their academic achievement. And when I start to take a look at the push for SEL and we're not seeing the improvement in the metrics and the grades and the performance and the behaviors, and we want to layer more in, at what risk? The kids are there to get an academic sound education so they can get a job. Now granted, they can't demonstrate proper behaviors and social skills if they can't get a job. And right now what we're hearing in the community is that our kids are coming out into the community without the skills to be able to thrive. And that includes emotional skills. I mean, we're in a world where our kids are on iPads. They haven't learned face-to-face. We're not learning to talk, and all of these things are missing. So that's just, the behaviors and accountability. I want to see the data specific to School District of Waukesha.
Sure.
That my scores have, I don't even know how to interpret that.
Yeah, and I can explain that in a minute. So you have the week-by-week office discipline referrals, grades 4K through 5th grade, which would cover the elementary level, where SEL was, I guess, what would be we've took a universal approach going into the 18-19 school year. In the yellow and I'm trying to make that bigger so that you can see it. It doesn't capture it exactly. Yellow was the 2018-19 school year, so that would have been the first year that we standardized or implemented updated kits across our elementary level. And you can see where we were week by week with office discipline referrals. In the 19-20 school year, that would be the green line up there. I'll make it a little bit flatter there just so you can see where the green is. In the 20-21 school year, you can see that that is the blue data, and then the 21-22 school year, that is in orange. So from an overall, how many office discipline referrals have we had to submit at the elementary level across the last 4 years? You can see that the number of referrals has gone down over time. We track this data and we review this data internally. We do this comparison with our teams to make sure that if we are implementing something, if we're doing a school-based strategy, we're keeping track of it. But this would be what it looks like across our district. So over time, it has gone down. If you were to apply a number of minutes per referral, as an assistant principal 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it would take anywhere from 10 minutes to 30 minutes to process an office discipline referral. 10 minutes if the referral came in the morning and it was the first thing that I was addressing, or up to a half hour in the middle of the day. And so when you look at the number of students that we have that have multiple office discipline referrals, that has an impact on the amount of time that those kids are in the classroom and in the seat with the teachers. So if we can help them regulate, that does increase the number of, their access to the instructional minutes. Now, how does that correlate to overall student achievement? Like when you're looking at a MAP test or when you're looking at a forward test, we were just talking about that this afternoon with our administrative team. As a result of, a proposed writing program that we would do, curriculum, what's the projected impact that we could have, or how would we plan and monitor around that? We haven't correlated the implementation of SEL with that. We've looked at what does it control, and it has an impact on behavior, it has an impact on time in classroom, and that's what we've seen over time. Fewer office discipline referrals. Now, there's no doubt that since we've returned to school this year that we have seen behavior. I think all the staff that are here, the administrators would say that. But when we meet with other school districts, when we get together with our county counterparts or southeastern Wisconsin counterparts, they're seeing very similar things. And the need to help our kids regulate over time. So if you were to look at this same chart over the last several weeks, so we're in about the 29th week of school, and it's on the far right, you can see where the numbers were kind of at the beginning of the school year, somewhere between, in this year, the 21-22 school year, we were somewhere between 100 and 150 the first few weeks. That would have been probably your October, November time. We took a huge dip, obviously, over the winter break. School wasn't in session. But since we've come back from the winter break, and most recently, kind of the spring break, the March time, administratively, we've always cringed during February and March because we always saw a spike in behaviors, and you can kind of see historically how that was. We've seen, in general, the behavior has been more stabilized, fewer referrals, the 100 level or less, since in and around the March to where we are now in early May. So we have tracked this over time. I can't say that it's had a huge impact on academic achievement, but from an engagement and a time in classroom, it has had a benefit.
Okay. All right, well, let me get through. I've got 8 more. So I think we talked about the employment piece too, right? Like, when we are talking about employment, our first and foremost focus should be their education. What are their dreams? What are they looking for? Where are they going? What am I required to do to help them meet all of the goals? We just sat and talked about that, there's AP standards, there's the national standards, there's set things that our kids need to hit milestones on to learn. Emotional learning cannot trump academic learning, right? And I hear that, but we're not seeing the two correlate the way, which makes it really hard to expand programs when our community is crying loud that for the last 8 years, we have 60+% of our kids that are not proficient in any given subject. So what is that mix? How do we do that? Where do we look at it? Those need to be what our conversations are. The lessons that we took a look at, I'm happy that you guys talked about this because I did take a look at getting my 7-day trial within this. So the question I have is that 7-day trial, is that the exact curriculum that is being presented?
That's what they've told us. Yes.
So that's what you guys have taught, right? So if you pulled up what I got to see for the 20-some, 30-some lessons, right?
Yes, but you might, I don't know from the parent side or the access when you go in, you might see other levels, like you might see the middle school, or you might see 10th, 11th, 12th grade, and then you might see some of their supplemental. We don't touch those. We focus solely on that 9th grade student.
Yeah, no, and I was able to select just
Okay.
9th grade and look at it, so that was good.
Okay.
And I don't know who said that I thought that the material was a little elementary, so I appreciate that piece, because on the superficial level, when I looked at it, it seemed, a little goofy. And in recognizing that our high schoolers are, goofy and have their sense of humor. So that part was, how much time are these lessons? Are they daily? Are they weekly? Is this 15 minutes? Is this an hour?
Well, we only have homeroom one day a week, so on Mondays.
Okay.
Homeroom runs about 20 minutes. And because we have other awesome things that happen during homeroom, we have lecture briefing happening. So we usually get about maybe 15 minutes in to it. Depending on how goofy we get with the cootie catchers, that might take up more. But about 15 minutes. So it's pretty quick. A lot of it, the majority of it, really is about them talking with each other and their thoughts as a whole group. And then really, I spend maybe about a whole minute talking about, okay, our next, be thoughtful for the week. Who wants to be thoughtful? I do. And then bell rings and off they go. So it's pretty fast.
Okay. It's just, when we talk about, and Luke, I loved your questions, preparing them, because it was like spot on, right? I think there's a lot of people that would recognize that those are
Fair.
what we would think if you're not into the areas that you are in, so I appreciated those very much. I do struggle as to how much are we getting in a 15-minute session on what we're looking for, how big of an impact does this have? I don't have an answer to that. Those are just concerns that I have when we take a look at what we're trying to do, knowing that the number one goal of why they're there is academic achievement.
I hear that.
So other than that, I thought it was a good presentation. I appreciate it. I'm good.
Thank you. One of the questions that I did have, Carrie mentioned self-regulation. I agree with that in terms of the skills targeted. And I'm going to just be honest with you all and ask this question. Based on what other teachers have told me, there seems to be a lot of behavior problems, as we all know, in schools, right? Teachers are concerned with the behavior issues that are arising. And when I talk to some teachers, they'll tell me, well, kids are not being held accountable. And, because of their circumstances or identities. Obviously, I'm sitting at this table, and I do not want kids who look like me or come from similar circumstances like me to make excuses for themselves, and more enough, allow staff members to make excuses for them either. They need to be held accountable too for their actions and their performance in school, regardless of their circumstances. No excuses. There's a way you need to behave in school, there's a way you should be acting, and there's an expectation that is high for you when you enter those doors. And so oftentimes, I don't want teachers in the building who may not come from those circumstances making excuses for those kids when they make a mistake or make bad choices. And so one of the skills that I hope to see in here is self-accountability, self-responsibility, because it's the only way that we're going to get our kids to achieve at the highest levels possible.
Thank you, Marco. Mr. Como?
Thank you. I might take a little different perspective, I like to do the historical perspective because I've been on the board a while. First of all, I want to say, Carrie, I agree with you. Focus needs to be education, needs to be achievement. Absolutely. I would bet every teacher would agree with that also. I've spoken to many teachers over the years. And there's been circumstances where I've spoken to them where we've taken resources away or we've done other things. I'll give you a couple examples. We have to increase the student-to-teacher ratio because we have to cut money somewhere. So we're going to have to ask our teachers to have 2 more kids in the classroom on average, going from 25 up to 27. Actually, I think we're up at 28 at one time. So when I talk to the teachers and say, hey, if your average class, which they never come in groups of 25 and 28, as you guys know, is it okay to add 3 more students to your class? Usually the answer was similar. Joe, if I have well-behaved students, no problem. Give me 35. I can teach 35. Teachers are confident in teaching in environments where behavior is excellent. But we don't have that. We don't have that. Over the years, there's been some tough decisions that this board has had to make. And I'll tell you, one of the most difficult things I ever voted on was back, 2005, 2006. And we had decided that we would save some money and we would go back then we had 17 elementary schools and we had a counselor at each school. And we, to save money, reduced from 17 counselors down to 1. One handled them all. At the high school level, very intimate relationships. Some of you are saying you remember that, right?
She was the one.
Well, it was Phyllis. I know you know Phyllis, and
Yep, Phyllis was the one. Yep, Phyllis was the one. She actually was at my kid's school, Randall. And she wasn't the one that was the left behind, if you wish, or the one still with her job because she was at Randall, but she just had the most experience. And so she had to come up with very unique ways to handle behavioral issues. At the high school level, we reduced the counselors, and at the middle school level also. We went from very intimate relationships, pretty well-balanced student-to-counselor relationships, and we blew that up. That went way high. I don't know what our ratio is right now, Joe. Do you know, counselor to student?
I have our ratios. It's different by level, so I could get you the data, but I can tell you next year we'll have an elementary counselor in every elementary school 1 day a week.
Sure. And so we have actually come back. I'm talking you through some of the dark days here, right? And since Joe and Luke have been here, there have been wonderful improvements on those resources of psychologists and social workers, counselors, but I'm sharing this with you as we have had moments in this district where we've taken resources away that dealt with behavior. We have had some really difficult times. And I think if you were to talk to a teacher and say, and it's at various levels, it's different number of students, but they can handle 2 or 3 students that are, maybe having some behavioral issues. But when you get into 1 or 2 or 3 serious students that are just blowing up the class, how in the heck are you going to teach anything? That's what we're facing right now. We need to make sure we can actually have our teachers teach what they're hired for. And the behavioral aspect is something that needs to get under control. And I think that this group has done a fantastic job over the last few years. Joe shared some data with you there. The referrals, I know, Joe, have come way down, and the amount of time that we spent. I don't know if there's any other data that you can share. I don't know if we've tied that to achievement. And that's really, it would be great to be able to try and figure out how does this impact achievement. And I don't know if we've been able to do that. But if we can, we should. So I agree with you on that. I agree that we need to be focused on achievement and helping these kids get ready to do whatever they choose to do in their life. And I agree with Markel too. The self-responsibility. You know, when I was a kid, those were things that were just expected of you. I don't know how to say it any other way. And I certainly did not want the teacher or the principal to call up my folks and say, hey, Joe wasn't behaving today, because guess what? That was worse than dealing with the teacher or the principal. Nowadays what we get, little Johnny is misbehaving. The parent says, my little Johnny doesn't misbehave. No, he would never do that. It's on video. No, that's not little Johnny. So I don't necessarily have a silver bullet. I think that this stuff is really hard to wrap your hands around. I do believe that this could empower and help students to relate to one another. Unfortunately, we have to teach that now. Do you find that, so let's say the lesson is on worrying, and let's say I'm a student that maybe worked through that worry. Now I'm confident and I don't worry about things. Do you find that those students have opportunities to teach and show and lead the other students to help them through that, or are they just looking to the teachers for help?
We actually did a little bit of that on Monday. We were talking about the worry and schoolwork, and so they made a list on the board of what they were worried about and why. And then they brainstormed out a list then of how to deal with the worry. Like, I'm worried about asking Ms. D'Amato a question. And so then a student's like, well, I just rehearse in front of the mirror. And the kids were like, oh. And the kid got up, he's like, and this is what I do. Oh, Ms. D'Amato, would you help me with math homework? And the kids were like, I can do that. I mean, once again, I wish, they're pretty funny. But they're like, yeah, okay. I'm like, all right, we can all rehearse stuff and practice what we're going to say before we say it. And they're like, yeah, we can do that. So
I think this is a place for students to model those kinds of things. And we wouldn't do that necessarily in the middle of my biology class. It's like a short time when we can have those conversations. It's not awkward because we're all doing it.
And that relationship piece is huge, like you mentioned, of a safe place where they feel like they know each other, they can have those conversations and feel safe to kind of be vulnerable of, maybe I don't know how to ask for help, and how do I do that?
Yeah, it just seems so basic, doesn't it? Actually, at my business, we have part of our mission, vision, and values is allowing each other to ask for help. And, it seems so simple and so obvious that you should just do that, but it doesn't come natural to people. These are things that just sometimes do not come natural to the students. Now, not all families are the same, not all circumstances are the same. I think we should have high expectations of our students, but I also think we need to provide them with examples and help where and when we can, especially if it helps us to allow the teachers to teach the things that the teachers need to teach, and the things that the kids need to learn.
Mr. Zenobia.
Thank you. For me, there's a couple of these were answered. If we could instill into kids what was put up there on slide 14, all the targeted skills, I mean, we'd all pay extra to get this put in there. I mean, that would be great. Nobody can disagree on the vision of what this is, the goal of what this is to do. Certainly with the rise of mental health issues across the board in society, it's extremely important. But for me, it's time and content. And we talked a little bit about, I think one of the questions was answered, how much time is spent. It sounds to me like right now, 15 minutes is spent in the high school area a week. How can that possibly be impactful that short period of time. And if it does have some impact, how do we track that, reinforce that? I mean, there's more going on in the school than just this 15-minute class.
Right, and I think that's one of the difficulties that Dr. Cook spoke to too, right? Correlational data does not indicate causation of any way, so that's where we keep close numbers in terms of tracking those data points. So we kind of look at what we've been doing at the middle school and elementary level in terms of those 20-minute lessons that they use. And Character Strong would be designed, right, to deliver in kind of an advisory or homeroom capacity, so it's really designed and researched around a 20-minute lesson. So it does seem short and small, but powerful from the impact side of things.
What I'm thinking more about is the experience of doing that every week for 4 years. And like I said, I just see these conversations building on themselves over time, and just because I taught it for 15 minutes one day doesn't mean we never come back to it. Like I can see those of us who teach freshmen like kind of continuing to reinforce those things in class, like when it makes sense. So we're having a test and by. Remember, like 3 weeks ago, we talked about test anxiety. Remember some of the things you practiced or talked about doing to manage that anxiety. Let's try some of those things for this test that you have coming up.
And the lessons do loop. So, for example, there was Wonders and Worries, like lesson number 5, and then comes down into like the late teens again. So they do have gradual release developed into them. So they do loop back.
So we're at 15 minutes roughly per week for what's been going on in the 9th grade. You mentioned, Luke, 20 minutes at the elementary and the middle school levels?
Roughly.
That's weekly as well?
Second Step has 20, low 20s lessons per grade, and they're usually taught once per week, and then the growth comes with the reteaching. You have a concept, whether it be playing fair at the younger grades or solving problems at the older grades, and then if you have something arise, you can have a shorter conversation where you remind them of the skills learned and kind of bridge that gap between the learning and the doing.
And I think your point really can't go understated, is that it's giving staff a common language and a common way to reinforce that throughout what they do.
So it's been in the district since around, well, before 2018 roughly, or?
Not Character Strong.
No, but Second Step, correct?
Yeah, it's been here at least 10 years.
Okay.
It predated me, and it was inconsistently implemented at different elementary schools.
So is it fair to say that a fair amount of kids that have gone through this in elementary and middle school are now in high school?
I think the best data we have is when we really made a concerted effort to make sure it was consistent across all. So the data Joe pointed out would be the cleanest data that we have because of how inconsistently it was implemented in years prior. It would be near impossible to draw any conclusions when some schools kind of did it, didn't, maybe did it in a grade level, didn't have a kit for several years for second grade, those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. And the goal would be to put this across all 3 high schools the same?
9th grade, yep.
Is there some adjustment to the schedule coming up as far as how much time we're going to be spending?
So homeroom next year is 30 minutes instead of 20. So there is a little bit of time.
So 30
additional
minutes,
time.
30 minutes a week versus, and that's just once a week?
Well, yes, just in time would be the other days of the week.
And that's the intervention period for high school students, the just-in-time academic intervention.
Okay, so we're going to spend roughly 15 or 20 minutes on this per week?
Through the 25 lessons, so they wouldn't go beyond that.
That's not going to change, okay. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you all.
I know we're kind of running long on this segment, but I do have a few just clarifying questions. And first of all, it's obvious how passionate all of you are about our students' well-being, and so I appreciate you being here and having this conversation with us. Is the intent, or maybe just to clarify first, I'm always going back to cost, but is the cost that you articulated, Luke, is that for the entire program or just for the ninth grade component?
And I think,
Okay.
I don't know, compared to other programs, it's really cost effective. And I can't speak to why that is, but yes, that's for access to all of it, but we would be limiting and not allowing access beyond that for our staff.
Okay. And then will we pilot each year? So is the expectation that as we have 10th graders coming, you would want to pilot that? Or is the assumption that there's a ninth grade pilot and the rest of it just?
Right now, and again, because it's a sensitive topic, to your point, we would just want to pay very close attention to implementation in ninth grade, take a good look at our data pre-post, understand where the discipline referrals have moved or not, and assess as we go.
I think it's kind of been articulated too, and I don't know what the answer is, but I think having that, what's our measure of success is really important in contexts like this. I mean, obviously, if we're talking about academic subjects or AP exams, the measure of success is quantitative. I think this was a conversation I had with Darren Clark many years ago, but things in education are easy to start, but nearly impossible to stop. So we need to have those measures of success so that we kind of know, are we getting what we want to get out of this? Not that it feels good necessarily, but that it's something that we actually feel is worth the time. Because I think as we've had these conversations about schedules, every minute is important. So when we're shifting schedules, we want to make sure that 15 or 20 minutes is important. A couple of things that kind of then just stand out to me, because I think implementation is really important. And I think, kind of that comment about, is this group therapy, what I anticipate is, okay, kids are sharing a stressor. What if a kid is sharing a stressor that they have unwanted affection in a certain situation in their life, or they have parents that are going through a divorce, or they have something that's so personal that's shared in a classroom environment? Are the teachers prepared to deal with those kinds of situations? And how do we become prepared?
I'll certainly let others answer, but I think about it from two ways. One is how we prepare them on the front end before they even get into those situations, right? In terms of the PD that we're providing at Summer Institute and understanding how that intersects, and when those things come up, what avenues they have to support the student that doesn't put the students in a bad position in front of their peers, but can also address the need that's presented in front of them. I also think about the level of support our counselors have provided K through 8 around this, in terms of modeling those, understanding the avenues they have to send students to when that happens, so that it doesn't go unaddressed. Any other pieces to that?
When we piloted this year, we offered as counselors to come in to do some modeling, and we thought we were going to get taken up on that a lot with comfort level, and right away teachers were like, no, we're good, we're comfortable, we're okay. But we have a phenomenal staff, especially at South, that reaches out and asks, like, hey, I do need support with this student. This came up, whether it was in a classroom writing assignment, or if it was, anytime they'll reach out to the counselors, and we will always reach out to those students to support them too. But to Luke's point, I think it's really important that in that moment, teachers do have that knowledge base of what to do to hopefully help support the student, not make them embarrassed, and then get them the support.
And we could easily, so we have student services deliver a yearly staff training at the start of every school year before students come to the building. It covers mandated reporting, suicide prevention, intervention. This would be an easy topic to insert, as well as reminders, what you learned in PD about Character Strong, how you can access us when a student might say certain things, when would be the appropriate time to bring us in.
I appreciate that. And I think the importance is that this is a classroom situation. It's not like what happens in Character Strong stays in Character Strong. I think it needs to be maybe clear to the students too that this is intended to be collective learning opportunity and not necessarily a problem dumping situation. And then I think about just what is the role of parents. If I contemplate 25 times over the course of the year, my ninth grader is going to be presented with one of these lessons. I actually think it would be much more powerful if we communicated to parents. This week we're talking about stresses with exams, and talk to your student about what they're thinking. And I'll put that in context. I have a couple of my many children are approximately ninth graders. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit, but I do not believe that this is something that they would walk into school, on homeroom day and be super excited about engaging in, and probably would sit quietly in the room or observe the other things that are happening. And, I still use the analogy of, I guess, trying to get them to eat vegetables, So if you put it in front of them and say, this is good for you, you should do it, probably not going to engage. But is there a way that these themes actually become relevant, across all that they're doing? Or think about, we've talked a lot about infusing economic standards into social studies. Can these social, emotional standards, every high school student has English for 4 years. Is there another avenue rather than plop right in homeroom, we're doing social emotional learning now? Or is there a way that we can embed the themes of the good, the good elements of this that doesn't seem so calculated? And I'm not criticizing the program, I'm just trying to think about, again, the context of students that I happen to know that I don't think would be engaged in this.
I can kind of make the analogy of, when we do alcohol and other drug awareness types of things, right? Sometimes that's standalone, sometimes that's integrated into health in pieces like that. It's certainly something to explore. I would just wonder, what is it coming at the cost of when you do it in another avenue, right? Or you're replacing it or integrating it into another content area of some sort? That would be my bigger concern.
I do think there's power in communication to parents and guardians
Absolutely.
at home so they can have those dinner table conversations. And then in addition, if the whole school staff knew that the theme was, X, Y, and Z, they could then be reading a book and say, well, how does this connect to building your confidence? I think there is definite learning opportunities.
And that's much easier to do when we have a consistent platform everyone's using. Like, we could do district messaging around that because everyone would be on a similar pace versus the self-curated, self-paced. That's near impossible.
Mr. Como?
Yeah, I think the one of the benefits hits upon what Markel was saying, setting expectations, right? If you don't take this time and you don't talk about these things and you don't get everybody on the same page and you don't have them using the same vocabulary, where are you setting expectations? So this is an opportunity to set expectations from my perspective around what should the behavior look like. Is it the only way that we should be setting expectations? Absolutely not. And it should start in the family, right? And that's where I struggle with it too. I mean, some of the things that we're teaching nowadays, I even alluded to, like, they weren't teaching us this when I was in school many moons ago. This is something that we're learning in our families. But unfortunately, we're at that stage where society has changed. I mean, kids have an easier time building relationships like this, not like, hey, how you doing? You want to go out and play on the playground? I mean, seriously, I'm making light of it, but how kids build relationships, that goes to the core of what we're talking about right now. We're trying to resolve some pretty big things here. I don't think this is a silver bullet by any means, but I just wanted to bring up the point that I think maybe this at least allows us at the high school level to set expectations and to at least give our staff the opportunity also to have the tools. So, like, when someone's misbehaving in the classroom, you can't just say, oh, time out, let's all, have a lesson on whatever it is. You can't just, in the moment, be teaching that. You can't just have that behavior stop either. So we need to be proactive, and I also view this as being proactive to a certain degree by, again, setting the expectations, doing these things together. I think there will be students, though, Kelly, that will not be engaged. Where's that balance there? How do we get them engaged? I think it's a valid point.
Mr. Moore, thank you.
So I have two things here. One of the things I appreciate that, Mr. Como, but I also appreciate Mrs. Kozlowski's statement on measurable results. I do think that I agree with her that we need to be looking at what are we measuring here? Has, based on this being implemented, has student attendance increased? Has our school culture increased? Has it gotten better? in terms of the climate? Has respect for other students gotten better, even if they disagree politically or, worldwide? Because we know that a lot of times there's loud people who shut down other people's voices because they don't agree with them as teenagers, and that's not okay. And so we need to teach those kids on how to respect other people's differences if they want them to respect theirs. So where are we going with this in terms of measuring the results? And Dr. Cook gave, the data on reducing referrals, and that's great and all, but referrals are not the only thing. I want to see school climate get better. I want to see, students' engagement get better. I want to see other things that hopefully, how are we going to measure those things as well? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes, I can list 3 things that would really be pieces of data that we'd be paying attention to in this, knowing that there are a lot of other efforts going on that would affect these data sources, right? That, again, with that correlational piece, and there's so many pieces of work administration and teachers do to work on climate. But we would be looking at, of course, office discipline referrals is a big one in terms of hard data that we can compare year to year to year. There's also our perception and climate surveys that we do. We can take a look at how those are evolving based on this, again, knowing it's one slice of a lot of work that's being put into moving climate. And then the youth risk behavior survey that's done every other year. Those results should be coming soon. Again, 3 very different data sources, but pieces of the puzzle.
And then thank you. My second question was a follow-up. I don't want this to leave the meeting and it gets implemented and there's no follow-up. I would expect, follow-up because we as a board would like to know how are things going. I also would like to do visits to the schools to see how it's being implemented as a board member and seeing, if I am satisfied, and also if the community, our constituents, are satisfied with what is being implemented. So, I will hope that there will be follow-up, quarterly, monthly, to see how things are going in terms of this being implemented, if it is implemented. And also, I want to hear one more. I want to hear about some challenges too. I'm a teacher. Obviously, most of you know that. And so when I was in school a lot, my professors would talk about the theories of being a teacher, right? But it wasn't until I got into the classroom and so I realized, oh my God, the practice is real in terms of all these challenges that they didn't tell me about or teach me about. It was mostly theory and how schools should be, how classrooms should be, or how teaching should be. But really that hands-on piece, when I got in the classroom on day one, did I, say, what did I get myself into? and all those different things. But so I want to know, in the follow-up, what are some challenges that you all are having, and how can we be supportive if you're having those challenges? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Absolutely. Okay.
All right. So any other comments or questions? This was on as a discussion item, so I think we have the opportunity to come back at a future date.
Certainly, yep, in June, and welcome questions. In the meantime, anything, send our way. We'd be happy to resolve any other lingering questions, concerns in the meantime.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Special thank you to the team for volunteering their time.
Thank you for all your time. Thank you. All right, moving on, the next item on the agenda is the elementary writing pilot. And we have Melissa Yao, our Director of Elementary Education, and I think Dr. Ronke is here also. Oh, next one, I'm sorry. That's high school English, thank you.
Am I going to have to take a test on this?
If you just put it right up on the corner. Right in front of me. Just hold it, Jenny, the whole time.
Oh, nice. Thank
you. All right, good evening. I'm Melissa Yao, Director of Elementary, and I have a wonderful crew here with me tonight. Did want to say that we did have another teacher who is going to be here tonight, one of our dual language teachers, and unfortunately She came down sick this afternoon and so is not here, but we will be sharing her information. We did plan together, and so luckily when you plan together, then you can make adjustments. So wanted to first share the analysis. So we have been to the board twice already, discussed the process that we went through in looking for a resource for elementary writing. We ended up piloting 2 resources, Being a Writer and Benchmark Writing. The graph on the left, we asked the piloting group which resource they preferred. The red is the Benchmark Writers Workshop. And so that had just over, it was 60.9% of the people who piloted preferred that resource. The graph on the right, we asked if they thought that the benchmark writing resource was suitable for the School District of Waukesha, and we had just a little bit over 82% there saying that it was suitable. So we are going to be telling you about Benchmark Writers Workshop. That is the tool that we would like to bring towards recommendation for you. Our teachers and coaches will highlight why that resource is what we are recommending. Some of the high level pieces of why we're bringing that is because this resource comes in both English and Spanish, and we find that very important. It also is in 6-week units, so at every grade level there are 6 units, and you have an example of one of those units from a grade level. And then it covers narrative, informational, opinion, poetry, and then in our grades 3, 4, and 5, there's also a test-taking genre unit that they do, and that's something that we have also been looking for. There also is a grammar unit that is outside of the writer's times, where there is explicit instruction in grammar, and then the opportunity to infuse that into the writing, but there is a grammar component to this as well. It also comes with formative and summative assessments, so along the way there's opportunities to give students feedback and also for teachers to be calibrated around student writing and grammar. I also included a picture once again, just reviewing of the rubric that we used to analyze each of the resources.
Hi, I am Courtney Konechka, and I teach first grade at Prairie Elementary, and I am one of the teachers who had the privilege of piloting both of the resources. I'm going to speak to one of the pieces that I found incredibly helpful for my class and that I found to really be a standout for the benchmark program, and that is the explicit strategies for our writers. You can see on the slide that there is a board, and during each mini lesson, which happens on a daily basis, which is written in the teacher's manual, there is a whole group writing strategy that is taught to the class. Then that strategy is added to our writing board, and you can see the strategy is listed on the right, and it's very student-friendly language. I drew visual examples up on the board. I've also used these student-friendly terms with the class on the smartboard when I'm introducing the strategy. And when we introduce the strategy, it's done in a very consistent way, and I'll get to that. So this strategy was one that we did early on in the unit, and clearly it's called Labels Lead to Sentences. So what the students were asked to do is use their diagram that was filled with labels, and then point to one specific diagram, ask themselves, what more can I teach my reader about this word? And then they wrote as much as they could in their sentences. I found this strategy to be incredibly powerful because I had a student writing about different rides and attractions at Disney World, and he was drawing Space Mountain and It's a Small World, and they were all great. He had a bunch of labels and maybe one or two sentences under his drawing. When I used this strategy with him, I really saw the effectiveness of the strategy because he pointed to the line and the word line and where the line started. And I said, okay, what can you tell me about the line? He was able to say, well, the line was really long and I had to wind around. Great, that's something you can teach your reader. Write it down. He also was able to tell me, well, if you get a fast pass though, you can go to the front of the line. Again, great, write that down. So just after using that one strategy, he was able to add 2 more sentences to his writing and really increase that quantity and quality of his chapter. So like I said, the program has teachers teaching the strategy in a clear way and a very consistent way that we do every single time. And that is shown in the big rectangle or square up on the slide. And the method is say the strategy. So I would say exactly what they have to do, first, second, and third. And then I modeled the strategy in my own writing that I was writing for the class. And then I would say the strategy again. So you can see it's small, but in the manual there are opportunities for teachers to use the exact modeling example they have in the book. Their example was muffins. I chose to kind of change it and make it more meaningful for me and something I was passionate about, so I did baseball. And but you're able to use what they have if you feel comfortable, or also tailor it to kind of my needs and the interests of the class. There's also strategies provided that you can use as a teacher with your small writing groups or with individual conferences, and those are located in the circle. They're, again, very small, but they would be something that you would maybe use for a student who is ready for the next step. One example they gave in this lesson was maybe a student or a group of students was ready to add a how-to chapter to their book, and what strategy they could use if they're ready for the how-to chapter. They also have a strategy that's more reteaching, and that reteaching strategy was point, listen, and add. Another strategy for how to elaborate or add more words to their written piece. So it really does a nice job of giving the teacher a variety of strategies to choose from to decide what those students in front of you really need at that time. Now I want to take you to some drafts that the students in my class produced. These drafts were produced after 4 weeks of instruction. And this little girl is writing about how to plant a seed. And you can see the page on the left tells you in a very detailed diagram what you need. And then another diagram with 1, 2, 3, and 4 about how it happens. I was extremely excited to see the transfer of 2 specific strategies in this, just these 2 pages of this little girl's draft. One of the strategies that I taught was called make a diagram to teach, and you can see this on the right where she had the numbers of how it happens. And one of the important parts of the strategy was to label all ways that it happens, and you can see she has the seed, she has the plant, she has the sun. You can also see a second strategy in here, and that was called To the Sketch and Beyond. And you can see on the left, she sketched everything you need in order to plant or grow a plant. And then the idea was to talk about each sketch and say, okay, what can you say about the watering can? What can you say about the seeds? And she was able to apply that as well. This draft is of a different student, and he is writing about the Detroit Red Wings. I'll just read what it says on the left because it is pretty cute and it gives you a little bit more information. So the chapter on the left, or the category as Benchmark calls it, says Meet the Red Wings. Meet the Red Wings. The Red Wings used to be a good team. Now they are super bad. They had good players and kept them too long, so they got too old. And now they are rebuilding the team. The Red Wings have a stadium in Detroit, Michigan, and I'll stop there. Again, very proud to see what this writer was able to apply. One of the strategies, again, early on we did was touch, then tell, and sketch, sketch, sketch. That strategy encouraged the writers to do a different category or chapter on each page. And you can see this is kind of an overview of the Red Wings. In his folder, we're still drafting and getting ready for publication. But in his folder, he also has different players of the Red Wings, the team's record, big wins. So he was able to divide that into categories after using one of those strategies. You can also see he has a very comprehensive glossary. And the glossary was, the strategy was glossaries to teach. And the goal of that strategy was to come up with a word that we considered an expert word, or a word that our readers would really want to know, and then tell the readers even more about those words. And you can see he did a really nice job of picking out expert words for his topic, and then also including a little picture next to it for his reader. So those were some of the really big celebrations I had with regards to the strategies. Like I said, we're still in the middle of the unit, but I am really excited to see how the published pieces turn out.
And I am Emily Freeman. I'm the district literacy coach, and I'm in this part standing in for Amanda, who is not here with us tonight. She teaches second grade dual language at Bethesda, and she taught this unit in Spanish. And as you heard Melissa say in the beginning, one really exciting piece of this program is that it comes in English and Spanish. And our dual language coaches and teachers have been really excited because the mentor texts that they use aren't just translated, but they're authentic texts that really show high level and high quality Spanish texts that still follow the same theme and unit as the English units. And so every unit starts with an immersion week in both Spanish and English. And the immersion week is really all about looking at common texts together and seeing what high quality writing looks like before kids are asked to write it. And so it shows them really clear examples of, this is in this example from the unit she did, it's an opinion writing piece. So it gives them that common language of starting with your opinion, supporting it with reasons, using specific vocabulary. And so they have a lot of analysis of these texts, discussion as a class to really get that common language and exposure to that genre before they are asked then to write that themselves. It really shows them this is how you can be successful as a writer prior to them starting to tackle it on their own. Another thing that is built in both to the English units and the Spanish units is there are language supports for students who are learning English and language supports for students who are learning Spanish. And from our ESL teacher leaders, they have told us that they have never seen supports like this that have been so strong in a program. Sometimes they're, kind of canned supports like reread with that student, and these supports are really specific to every lesson. And we heard that from our teachers as well, that they were very supportive in meeting students where they were and helping them scaffold up to the grade level expectation. There also are those specific look-fors that you can see on the side that really tells the teacher, after my mini lesson and my explicit instruction, while students are writing and I'm conferring or working with a small group, this is what I should expect to see students doing. So it really helps lay out and give commonality to that path that students are on, so you can all along the way see who's on track to being successful and who maybe is going to need a little more support to reach that expectation. Student exemplars are built in as well. So like I said in the beginning, during the immersion week, there are those authentic texts, and the paperback book that's kind of stuck inside your teacher manual, that's an example of the student materials. So for every unit, every student gets one of those books, and that has the mentor text in it, but then there are also these student exemplars throughout, so you can use those as well as examples for teachers, or examples for students, to say this is one way that an opinion might be written, or this is a way that you can use your reasons to support your opinion. And so those examples are in there as just another way to show high quality writing. And one thing that we noticed as we compared the two programs is there's an example of a mentor text from Being a Writer on the left and from Benchmark on the right. And we found overall that Benchmark had more rigor and higher expectations, which were in line with our state standards for writing. And then this is from Amanda's second grade classroom. So the writing sample on the left, this is from the very first day of the unit. Every unit starts with a pre-assessment. They call it writing on the spot. So you have an opportunity to see what do students already know about this genre, what are they bringing to the table as writers, so you can see where to teach into, who already knows certain parts. And so the example on the left is of a student who is a native English speaker and is learning Spanish, and the example on the right is a native Spanish speaker who is learning English. So that was their day one pre-assessment in this Spanish unit. And then you can see 4 weeks into the unit just how that has grown. They're more confident as writers. They went from writing just one page to multiple pages and really included opinions, multiple reasons, details, mini stories as evidence, which is what one of the strategies was that they learned, definitions of tricky vocabulary, and how to write a strong conclusion which restates your opinion and includes a suggestion for the reader as an action step. So Amanda was really proud to see that growth not only in the amount of writing but also the quality of what they were writing. And those are just some pictures of Amanda's second graders writing with sharing with their writing partners.
I'm Jenny Restock. I am a literacy coach at Hadfield. I had the opportunity to have 3 different grade levels pilot at our school. So I got to work with kindergarten, a second grade teacher, and third grade team, which was really helpful because I was able to look at it from a span in a global way to see how does this program work across many grade levels. As you see from the screen, one of the great pieces was the foundation. It really the example is that gradual release method, which is what we want to see. So it starts with that immersion week that you heard from Emily talk about, and this one was key because it really grounds students in the ability to explore mentor texts. They get to better understand the genre characteristics prior to then trying to write it. So they're understanding what makes an opinion piece or what makes a nonfiction piece prior to just jumping in and having to write it. So this 1 week was crucial, and we saw a lot of kids understand what that piece was prior to then jumping in and trying to write it. And that was in kindergarten, second, and in third grade. And the one thing that I saw was the mentor texts, no matter if it was in kindergarten or in third grade, they were high quality mentor texts written by authors that wrote other stories of books. So kids then could be like, I really like this author, and they could go check out other stories in the library from some of those authors. The next piece of that gradual release is going in and them actually trying it out, and that breaks it into the writing process. So I was able to see that this program, it's not this one and done, like everybody's now doing this step and now this step. It takes it where you're drafting, you might have a friend that is revising, you might have somebody that's editing, and it allows kids to be in that writing process to where they need to be. And then as teachers, we have different tools to do those things, which then helps promote our transfer. Within that, you got to hear a little bit from Courtney about the mini lesson, which is that first piece where you're teaching that strategy. The framework that I love about this program is clear and explicit language. Courtney talked a lot about how when you saw that explicit strategy teach point, if you look in your books, you'll see that every single piece that is outlined on this framework has explicit language. And by having that clear and precise language, we can have that guaranteed viable curriculum all throughout our district. So it doesn't matter what school your child's attending, they're hearing that exact same clear message throughout the entire process. So when you look at the very first piece, it's just asking, like, what is this focus? What are we asking kids to do today? It's very clear and explicitly stated in a short, concise sentence that's at that level. And then it will move into that guided practice, transfer, and then we move into where kids work independently, which is where we want to spend the most of our writing time, where the teacher's pulling small groups and meeting with kids one-on-one. And this program offers that flexibility to get at that. And the last piece that it has, which is the most important, which is that share and reflect, that's where that metacognition comes into play, where kids can set goals with their partner. Students also are saying, look at my writing, I did this today. And then teachers are able to hear them elaborate from their pieces. And it prompts teachers with questions, if you look in there, of like what to ask for. So it's all there and it's explicitly laid out so that we can go through that model and have that viable guaranteed curriculum. Getting to dig into kinder, second, and third gave me a nice view into seeing a spiral curriculum. One of the things that Courtney talked about was these strategy pieces. And up on here, what you can see is these each came from the unit and they build on each other. So not only what they hear in kindergarten, that next year in second grade, they're gonna do a similar version to that, but it's gonna build and increase that rigor. And then it spirals back around in second grade and it's building and increasing the rigor. So the one thing about this program, from being able to see it in kindergarten, second, and third, I was able to see how each skill within the same type of genre builds onto each other. So that way we can see that even though they're all writing opinion pieces, the rigor by each grade level and the expectations are constantly changing to make them stronger writers. The other piece that I really like about this program is I did talk about explicit language. Teachers are writers, and we know that learners learn best when working beside an expert who models the skilled practice and encourages and guides the learner as they create that authentic product. So if we're not out there modeling explicitly for them how to write, then they're going to think this magical piece just appears, which we know is not true. This is an example from our third grade class. Their unit was about persuasion, and they are writing elevator speeches in third grade. That's what that unit is. And so the teachers explicitly modeled an elevator speech for the students and were up under the doc cam writing out their idea. Obviously they pre-planned it, but showing them step by step how they do this. And as you can tell from their draft, they even model later on in the unit, look, even as a teacher, I'm going to go back and I'm going to revise this. So even though this program has real explicit language, as Courtney said, she changed the example to baseball. Teachers can still take the program and make it about them and make that connection so they don't feel like they're just following a script. They can then take what's important to what they see in front of their students and tailor those examples of that explicit writing to what the kids are interested in and make it them and model, look, I'm a writer too, just like you are, which is a huge piece of this program. The other thing that I got to see was the power of writing partnerships. The two outside pictures is in the kindergarten classroom. This program has so many built-in times to teach children how to work together and that teamwork. Throughout a lesson, the teacher would model, how do I give feedback? Because we know we have to get feedback, be able to take it and receive it and apply it. And so they would model that with students. They would showcase different students and teach them how to have that dialogue, even in kindergarten. I was able to watch students teach each other, like, I don't know how to stretch out this sound. One student would go ahead and do that and help their partner in their writing to help it make it stronger. The other one on the end there, they're brainstorming together. So this program not only teaches writing, but it teaches kids how to work together collaboratively to make their pieces stronger. And then the last piece that I'm going to show you is it goes kinder, in the middle is second, and the last one is third. You heard about the pre-assessment, so at the beginning of every unit, they just ask the students to write in that genre, and it has that prompt. So that's on the top. Students, as you can see, the bottom is drafting. They're not finished yet. The one second grader left it blank. He says, I don't know how to write an opinion piece. If you look at his draft, he's a reluctant writer, someone that didn't want to write. He has multiple pages about what he wants to do to make the school a better place. And because we brought something of interest to him, and we taught him what those structures are for an opinion piece, he then feels confident to be able to write and draft. And so this program to me has a lot of power because we're seeing growth when we're not even finished in a unit in not only volume but quantity and quality. And so that to me just speaks volumes to what Benchmark can do.
All right, so we have sketched out what our year one implementation professional development plan would be. And so in August would be the introduction to the new writing resource. We wanted to have a date on the calendar in summer as in kind of early adopter option where teachers could come before the school year started to be introduced and learn about the program if they wanted to come in August. August 10th is the date that we picked. Otherwise, at Summer Institute, it would also be the introduction for anyone who did not come to the August 10th date. In October then, we would be, the district professional development would be studying developmental writing behaviors and writing assessment because we know that this program is going to give us the explicit language and is going to really set the foundation. But it's really important that we develop that expertise in teachers and how do you look at what kids are doing as writers and move them to the next step. How do you decide this is the mini lesson that they need or they're already showing proficiency in this and calibrating as a system around that. Then in January, digging deeper into the Wisconsin writing standards to help teachers see the connections between the standards and the program, as well as looking deeper at the grammar resource that is part of this program. And then in spring, we would also be revisiting writing assessment, because I didn't say that in October. October, we'd also be talking about writing assessment and revisiting it in the spring. And so we know how important it is to look at student writing at the end of units to see how did my instruction stick during this unit, what was effective, what do students still need, but also to be looking at writing on an ongoing basis so that you can support students all along the way. And we really want to spend time helping teachers become really expert kid watchers, both while they're in front of you and when you're looking at their writing when they're not in front of you, to make those decisions about what students need. And also how Jenny talked about that guaranteed viable curriculum. We want to make sure that our second grade teachers across the district have the same expectations for second grade writing, and our fifth grade teachers have the same expectations for fifth grade writing. And the way that we get there is by facilitating those conversations around the standards and looking at writing together. And so that would be a big part of both our October and our spring plan for that district assessment or district professional development. And then cost-wise, so this is the quote that we got from Benchmark. That amount includes all of the English teacher materials for our monolingual classrooms. It includes Spanish and English teacher materials for all of our dual language teachers. It includes 6 years of digital access to all the materials for teachers and for students, as well as 6 years of consumable student materials, which is those booklets that are in there. There's one for every single unit. And which is nice because then students can write in those and then they can take them home at the end of the unit and it's theirs to keep, as well as 6 professional development days with Benchmark consultants and shipping. What questions do you have for us?
Questions or comments?
I just have one. If you go back to the first framework slide, there's a little section in grammar study. Can you kind of take us through what that looks like? How is grammar injected, and what's it look and feel like? It's probably very different from when I was growing up.
Yeah, so one thing we have noticed about the grammar in this program is it strikes a really nice balance between students getting that explicit instruction in the grammar standards, which sometimes we don't see enough of, and then taking them into those mentor texts to see how did that author use that grammar skill, and then into their own writing of how can you do this as a writer now. And so it is 10 minutes a day outside of Writer's Workshop where the explicit grammar lessons happen. And then there are notes in the teacher's manual of like, here are things you for sure want to make sure, like there's units that go through, but then here are specific grammar skills you might want to revisit if you're not seeing this happening in student writing. Every day has they call it a 2-minute edit and revise built into Writer's Workshop. So we often find with elementary students, they're very hesitant to revise. I wrote it, I'm done, I'm moving on. But we know that that revision and that rereading and that editing is so important. And so one thing we love about this program is it doesn't save it as just like these last 2 days of the unit, you're just revising, but every day you're looking back through, and sometimes you're just looking back through to see what you noticed, but sometimes you're looking back through with a specific focus. So your first graders might be looking back through specifically, did I start my sentences with capital letters? So it might have that specific grammar focus. And so that's kind of how it looks and feels. It's outside and built in.
Do you find that students engage in that? Do you think they're interested? You know, I mean, I just remember it was hard to learn grammar.
Yeah.
The whole thing was just difficult and boring. I mean, quite frankly, just was sort of boring. But, this seems a little bit more interesting.
We did a grammar one. We tried a few grammar lessons. excuse me, throughout the unit, and one of the ones that we did that I thought was really, all of them were very kid appropriate, but one they loved was we were studying punctuation, and I explicitly taught when you would use a period, when you would use a question mark, when you would use an exclamation mark. So we stuck to those three. But then it had the students writing signs for around our classroom for somebody who might not know our classroom, and they had to specifically use a question mark, exclamation point, and a period. So it was like, be careful, exclamation point, the door will lock if you shut it, period. Do you want to come in? So like they were able to appropriately and in an interesting way apply that, and we have lots of really great signs. If you don't need to see, you'll know all the ins and outs of our room.
I appreciate the example.
And I got an email over the weekend from a 5th grade teacher who was part of the pilot saying, wow, I'm really seeing transfer. That's always the thing we look for, is like sometimes we can see kids who in this little isolated grammar time can do it on a worksheet perfectly, but then all of a sudden in their writing it's like, well, where is that? And so she's like, look at this transfer, and she sent a picture of a student's end of unit reading assessment, so outside of Writer's Workshop, and she's like, we had done a lesson on serial commas, look at all the commas that are appropriately used in this reading assessment. So when we see that transfer into their writing, but especially when it's into their writing outside of Writer's Workshop, that's a really big celebration.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. Zenobia.
Thank you. The writing partnerships are obviously a big part of this. How does that look? I guess, starting where we were here, some of the letters, first grade. I thought I heard one of you mention that the goal is to get them to be independent writers, obviously. So the partnership begins, is it the same students that work together on a daily basis, or does that rotate? How does that look in the
So how we set it up was by unit. So because we pilot 2 different units, they had 2 different partners. So for the first pilot, they had a partner, and then the second pilot, they had a partnership. And we want them to stay together for that partnership because they're developing pieces together and they get to know each other as writers, and then they can push each other as writers. So they're not always working together. They still have that independent time. It's just when is it appropriate. Sometimes they're partnering during like a guided practice, so that's part of like the mini lesson where they're trying something out together. And sometimes they're partnering at the end when they're sharing out what they worked on. So I might say to you, like, today I was really working on labeling my picture, can I show you? And so then they'd go through how to do that, and the other student might say, yeah, I was writing sentences about my picture today, and then they would explain what they were working on as a writer. So even though we're partners, our goals may not always be the same because we might need different things.
So in a partnership like that, for the students that are not as proficient and they're lagging, how does that get caught or addressed? The kid that needs the most help in the class, he's partnered. The other student isn't doing his work per se, but you know what I'm getting at? How do you catch that student needs the most help and then progress them? How does that look in the classroom?
So to me, that's how a teacher, that's where the art of being a writing teacher comes into play. So if I know I have a student, if Emily and I are partnered and I might not be as proficient. So for instance, I had a kindergarten student who is still learning how to form her letters. The kindergarten teacher is already working with her prior to their partnership, and they might produce a piece together that she wanted to write, and how she writes it might be different, but I know that story because it's my story. I can still read it to Emily. It may not look the same, but then she might give me some feedback like, hey, this is how you make the letter F. And she might give me feedback differently. But to me, when there's that divide, it's all about how the teacher scaffolds for that student and meets them where they're at.
Okay. So then in the next grade up, as these students move to second or third, the goal then is just in their proficiency of what they're writing. It's not about, one isn't writing at the second grade level, therefore, you know what I'm getting at? So the collaboration isn't leaving behind the students that are weaker in these areas, in your opinions?
I did not see that.
And I think that is what speaks, that's why the differentiation of the strategies in that small group piece or the independent conferring piece can be really powerful. Because when I opened my manual or my online resource, I had my whole group strategy, which may be really great for 85% of the kids. Everyone's going to hear it, but 85% of the kids may be able to apply it right now. This 15% is not ready for that. So they hear the grade level content, and now I know I can pull either the whole small group of kids who need this, or I'm going to have a one-on-one conference with you, and we're still going to work on drawing and writing our pictures. Not that our expectation is any different because we're going to get there, but I might support you more often in that small group time than I would somebody who the mini lesson was really appropriate for, and he's able to apply it right now.
Okay. Just one other thing. In the first grade letter drafts that you showed us here, of the Red Wings fan and the gardener, what level would you say those kids are at in the class relative to their peers? Are they high? Are they
These are my more, and also I chose these because these are my more proficient handwriters as well, so it was easy to read. I would say these are my my more proficient writers.
Okay.
But I would also say one of my students who is continuing to meet the grade level expectation. She is working on it. She came to me last week, and she's like, I have 15 chapters in my book all about gymnastics, and she's writing what hair you wear, what clothes you need, she has so many chapters. So I do feel like this is a really great example. And these students were able to really apply the strategies that I taught them. However, in the other case, the student still is able to provide a nonfiction piece of writing that has true facts and that has diagram or, labeled, I would not say as an intricate of a diagram, but it has labeled drawings with text that match the labeled drawings.
I would have guessed that they were your top students, but it looks like they did very well at those exercises. So that was all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Hello, ladies. Also, I want to start by saying Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. And so I'm pretty sure you all are getting lots of cards. Hopefully you are, and chocolates on your desk. I know I have too. So we as teachers do a lot. So Happy Teachers Appreciation Week. I want to make sure I forgot to say that to the other group. I'm sitting here like, oh, snap. But I did want to touch base on the presentation. I really enjoyed the fact that you talked about explicit teaching and how you are modeling for children the standard and how to, how students can copy that and take it and do it in their own work. I also appreciate the fact that the partnership with students, the collaboration, that is very critical in elementary school, so especially with the literacy, you two know as literacy coaches, so I really appreciate that as well. But I had a question about you've mentioned kindergarten, second grade, and third grade. Is that correct? And the first grade teacher is sitting right there. So what happens in the first grade? Does it still implement in the first grade as well, or?
Yeah, our proposal would be for kindergarten through fifth grade. We just brought a couple of people from the pilot. We piloted it in kinder, first, second, third, and fifth. We didn't pilot in fourth because it's right during forward testing, and fourth grade has the most intensive forward testing. But yeah, we had pilot representation from every grade level except fourth grade. We had special education teachers involved and dual language teachers and monolingual teachers.
Okay. Oh, perfect then.
Yeah.
And that's my question. So.
Anything else?
I think I just have one question. Just curious, what are we using now? Because what I love seeing and what we hear from teachers is the moving curriculum that builds upon each year and that it's not ad hoc, right, as each teacher grows and moves and manages their own. So what are we doing before this?
We currently have the Lucy Calkins units of study as a resource, and in past years, after feedback from teachers that it was very intensive reading for a mini lesson, we have created kind of like at a glance versions of mini lessons, but that program was adopted prior to our state standards shifting. And we weren't seeing the fidelity or the really explicit language that Jenny was talking about to have the impact that we know writing instruction should have.
So from your perspective and in my viewpoint, right, like I think in flowcharts and bullet points just because that I like how this flows and I think that is really important for kids to have that. If you ever asked me to sit down and write, I'm not a writer, I would give you the stars in the eyes because I don't know where to start. And I liked how that flowed. So I think, building on itself, that is stuff that we hear that we want more of.
You can come to our professional development if you want to become a writer.
We'll talk.
Okay.
I just do have one comment and then one question, and maybe off of what Mr. Como said. Kids do not know how to use punctuation. That seems like a huge gap, especially for my middle schoolers and high schoolers. Like, it actually drives me crazy. So that's a really important piece of this. And I'm going to roll that into my question. A couple months ago, we also talked about the benchmark phonics word study. And I think there was a comment made earlier about, so there's curriculum and then there's like instruction and learning. So how do we avoid having all of these packages and get to kind of that seamless movement with our kids? These are both benchmark programs, but we have other programs that aren't. So how do these pieces all come together?
Me to talk about it?
Sure.
Sure. So we look at comprehensive approach and throughout their literacy time during the day. We have an explicit mini lesson in reading, an explicit mini lesson in writing, and then and in phonics. And then we have opportunity for students to independently practice that, where then teachers are meeting with students one-on-one and meeting in small group. And so when we looked at the resources too, we've had a lot of success in our first 2 years of implementation, even though those 2 years had some crazy things happening the past 2 years with trying to implement something new. But the feedback that we're getting from teachers about that resource, what they're seeing in students with that explicit instruction, we also found in this resource when we were looking at it to be one that we were going to consider. And then we've seen that in the pilot. And it is nice that the resource is from the same company, because there is some explicit crossover between those.
Okay.
Language.
Thank you. And Melissa, I want to thank you too for making the hard copies available, because I think, at least for me, I think for others too, it helps kind of
gives you the idea of
become more aware.
When you're, you have the digital access to all of it, but wanted you to see an example of what the teacher manual really then looks like, and as well as the student piece, because when you spend money, we spend a lot of money, and want you to see the quality. And also, I think it's really nice that the students do get that booklet that they can, practice writing, annotating, from a young age. And then that is something that was stated earlier that they can then take home. That's another, parent connection. Students bring something home that then you can automatically talk about and see. So we have a full kit over here too that just shows the, all the student samples, the 6 different units, and the grammar text too. So that's what each teacher would get. Then every student for every unit would get one of the mentor text, as well as there's access to it digitally. So students would be able to, read it digitally, and then teachers can also have it accessible digitally.
To go back to your seamless transitions, one of the things that I noticed happening in my 2nd grade classroom was, because they're annotating in that text, so that's teaching a reading strategy, students started making the connection like, oh, this is how we can do this in reading also. So that seamless connection does transfer over, because reading and writing go together, and so each piece is seamlessly coming together because of the different pieces that we're providing students. And the same thing is happening in phonics. We're teaching this strategy. I can then model how to use that strategy within my writing. So that seamless piece still can slide in, where we can tailor lessons based on what students need by using that program to the full. And I got to see that in a model classroom in 2nd grade happen.
Thank you. And then maybe just to follow up, again, on cost, to put in context, it does seem like a large number, though I recognize we have over 5,000 K through 5 students, if I'm not mistaken. So my estimate is that even with the consumable materials, it works out to something like $10 per student per year, even
That's
at that.
great math on a writing presentation.
Math I've got, math. But I think I'm looking at that the right way. So just to kind of put that in perspective, obviously it's a large number, but it's serving individual students, so.
And would be for six years, that cost us for 6 years.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Back next month. Won't be bringing the wonderful teachers with us unless there's, a follow-up question that you would want from that to bring for potential approval.
And you've offered to have these materials available if anybody wants to come in and look at them, and, okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want a break, or do you want to keep going? Okay, we would like to take just like a 3-minute break. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. All right. We're back in session. So next item on the agenda is high school English textbook recommendation. And we have Rachel Herman and Dr. Ronke and
Amy Reynolds.
And Amy Reynolds. Thank you.
And yes, so we're here. Amy is an English teacher at Waukesha West and is serving on the curricular revision team. And we are very grateful that she is here at, I said 9 o'clock at night on a school night for a teacher. Very appreciative of that. So thank you, Amy, for being here. So really, Amy and Nancy are going to take away most of the presentation and talk about the curricular resource that we're going to be putting in front of you. But I'll start by talking a little bit about how we got to this point. So as you know, our high school ELA team has been moving through phase 1 of the curricular design process. And as part of that work, we unpacked the new standards that were released in 2020. We looked at our current student achievement data. We looked at what state and local standards were asking us in comparison to what our student data was telling us in terms of strengths and weaknesses. And we started to do what we call a root cause analysis. So why do we think our data says what it says, and what do we need to do to address it? And one of the themes that we continue to come back to as part of that conversation was a very similar storyline to what you've heard probably in the past around these curricular adoptions. Teachers are curating many of their own materials to align to the standards. We had a common bank of rubrics. We, in some cases, had some common assessments, but the day-to-day curation of materials was really left in the hands of teachers. And so what we realized when we started to do some analysis of what those materials looked like, we realized that we had situations where in some cases the text that we were bringing in front of kids was not nearly as complex as what the new standards demanded. We had situations where teachers were really struggling to find, some great complex text that was appealing to students' interest. And so we started to talk about, do we need to look at a curricular resource that's aligned to grade level standards to give us the ability to, again, do the things that we know the art of teaching requires. Differentiate our instruction, unpack the standards, provide students with feedback, scaffold. Because what we have been doing was spending an awful lot of time curating ourselves. That curation, when we do it ourselves, tends to lead to the curriculum at Waukesha West, the curriculum of Waukesha North, the curriculum of Waukesha South, because that cross-district collaboration in a district this large can become increasingly difficult. And so again, as I stated in our science presentation, we have worked very hard over the course of the last year and into this year to put purposeful collaborative structures into play. But in addition, we think that a curricular resource would support much more fidelity to a guaranteed curriculum aligned to standards. Amy and Nancy are going to take it away, but I can't not tell a story because stories hit your heart. Nancy and Amy were piloting this resource that you're going to hear about tonight, and it was with a group of students, seniors, I believe, correct? Mm-hmm. Are they seniors? And these kids walked into this piece of text thinking that they were dumb. And one of the kids even vocalized that. I'm dumb, I can't read this. And it really caught me off guard watching the video, that our students have this perception of themselves kind of similar to, we hear kids say, I'm not good at math, I'm not a reader. These are life skills. We have to build up our students' identities in that. But more so what caught me is that we have students who believe that when a text looks hard, when a text looks difficult, they can't access it. And it's the job of our teachers to, again, we're not going to dumb down the text. That's lowering the rigor of the standard. Instead, we need to spend a whole lot of time figuring out what you need as a student to access that. And that's what Amy and Nancy spent their time planning and doing. And by the end of the video, you see these four senior boys, I have a son and he can't talk. I was just telling them he wants Taco Bell tonight. That's the deepest level of conversation I get out of him. So these 4 boys are talking about how this text, it was Frankenstein, changed their perception of moral being and how they never thought that they could read something that hard. But through the supports provided, they got there. This
And
rich
got there fast. It took 20, 25 minutes
Yeah.
to get there.
And I still talk about it.
But it changed their entire perception of themselves as learners. And I think that, again, when we talk about the power of a curricular resource aligned to best practices in teaching and learning, that is what is happening with this curricular revision. And so you're going to hear about that. You heard a little bit about it last month. Those of you that were on the board, those of you that are new, you'll continue to hear about it. And so we're just beyond excited to talk to you about the resource because it aligns to grade level standards. It's rigorous text. It's and it matches our instructional model of how we believe students learn. So with that, I'm going to let Nancy and Amy take it away.
This is mine. So ultimately, the curriculum team has settled on a recommendation, which is Study Sync, the third of 3 resources that we looked at for myriad reasons. I think, but most importantly, is the fact that it is really structured around gradual release of responsibility, and there are many scaffolds in place for all of our students, our English language learners, our students who are receiving special education support, and there are enrichments for our students who are multilingual, who are at or already exceeding grade level standards. So it really is customizable for every student in your room, which is what I think we as teachers all aspire to do, is to individualize and personalize learning. And it gives us the capacity to do so in a really specific and meaningful way. And to create, we've talked a lot tonight about collaborative opportunities, to create collaboration between students that does not in any way rely on one becoming the teacher for the other. Because of the different scaffolds that exist in this digital platform for students, they can be partnered with anyone, they can work with everyone, and they all have access to rich, complex, grade level material.
And you're going to see on that screenshot, on the right-hand side is an example of one of the scaffolds. So there's 5 levels of scaffolds that the teacher and the student can preset, and then those scaffolds can go away when needed. Everyone has access to complex grade level text because of those scaffolds. The authors are very well renowned. So we have Dr. Tucker, very well known for blended learning. Dr. Martin, very well known for engaging all students. And then we have Dr. Tim Shanahan, who is a guru when it comes to text complexity and reading not around a text, but through a text for all students. And Dr. Doug Fisher, who as a district, we're reading his book by Nancy Fry and Doug Fisher, Better Learning Through Structured Teaching. The teacher analysis of the resource was very favorable. You can see here 89% strongly agreed or agreed that this was the resource that they wanted. We had 0% who disagreed. And you can see all of the ideas that the teachers stated in their survey about Study Sync, especially teachers who are working with English language learners. This was the forerunner of all 3 of the resources because of the scaffolds that enabled all English language learners to access the text, and all the texts were very engaging for the student. You're also going to see the screenshots that shows the data dashboard that is aligned to the standards. So you can see at a glance who needs individual attention, who needs small group instruction, and then when you click on the areas that are red or yellow, there are reteaching lesson plans that are right there so that you're able to differentiate really accessibly for small groups or individuals. Same thing for student feedback. It was very glowing. Out of the three, it was definitely the one that stood out because 84% of the people really believed, of the students believed that it helped them reach grade level standards. And really importantly to us, 77% of the students believed that the texts were meaningful and had real life applications. You're also going to see a screenshot of how students were able to write down their thinking, and then there's peer reviews built into that on the online platform. So instantaneously, they're able to write back and forth to each other, and then also rate anonymously the person's writing and how detailed it was, how it spoke to them. And there's also something called a blast with current events so that students are able to, in 240 characters, respond to each other. This can also happen across disciplines so that it wouldn't just happen in an English classroom, but it could happen across advisories or across different classrooms.
And what students spoke to a lot as I've dialogued with them is the fact that everything they're doing really feels purposeful. So those 240 characters or the feedback that they're giving to each other connects to not only what they're reading, but the end product and the skills that they know that they're tasked with demonstrating. So it gives them an authentic, immediate audience in their peers, but also gives me a very specific kind of set of skills to look at and to revisit. So most recently, I was able to look at some of the feedback that they provided each other and some of the annotations they made around a speech that they listened to. And what I noticed was that they were talking a lot about the content of the speech, what they heard. Their task is to write a speech, what high schoolers should know. And so we talked about the fact that we had a lot in the way of content, but not in a lot of the way about structure, like how are we going to structure our argument? And so we were able to revisit the text using one of the mini lessons about structure that was already implemented or able to be implemented. I was able to make that decision based on what they needed because there were other mini lessons if I had seen that there was a different skill that needed further development. So it was super responsive, quick turnaround. Feedback is always hard to provide in a timely manner when you want it to be quality feedback, and this really facilitates that for teachers.
Mm-hmm. And the type of feedback that you can give video feedback from the teacher, and also that constant peer feedback is readily accessible all along the way, not just as part of the blast. Some of the highlights is that grade level standards and skills are embedded and grammar is embedded. Jeff Anderson, who is one of the authors, is absolutely exceptional when it comes to embedding grammar, and he is one of the key authors. You're going to see gradual release of responsibility happening, so you have some anchor text that you revisit multiple times for different skills, different grammar lessons, and that always connects to the extended writing and or oral presentation at the end. And then we're going to be working as a team to ensure that there's authentic audiences built into the syllabi so that the assessments really matter to students.
Can I just go back to, Nancy mentioned Jeff Anderson, and at our elementary and our middle school, we use Jeff Anderson's Patterns of Power as our grammar resource, and so this is really providing that K-12 alignment of the way in which we teach and structure our grammar instruction.
Mm-hmm. And we sometimes say that phrase like embedded grammar, but it truly is. So you have that anchor text, and then the grammar lesson is truly embedded into that anchor text and refers back to it, and then that's connected to what they're going to be doing in writing. Very similar to how Emily spoke about the benchmark writing. One of the things I like, I guess, most about this resource is the binder. So the learner portfolio that's embedded in this stays with the student. It doesn't go away. So from 9 through 12, imagine a 11th grade teacher would be able to say, okay, let's open up something that you did in 9th grade. Everything is in there, every annotation, every assignment, every summative, informative. And imagine how student voice could be infused in that. So you would still give benchmark assessments, but maybe you wouldn't have to give as many because the student would be able to say, this is what I did in 9th grade and this is what I would do better in 11th grade. You could even take that piece of writing and you could mold it into a different genre. So there's a lot of power in that learner portfolio that stays with students. Another thing is that there's no internet that's needed for the StudySync app, so that really levels the playing field. You can complete homework, writing, everything either on your phone or on your iPad without any wireless needed. We've touched on this. It really supports our most striving students by those 5 different levels of scaffolding that's built in and graphic organizers that are built in. So instead of teachers going online and, Rachel said, maybe just a whole school would be similar. It might not even be that. It might be the teacher down the hall is doing something different, has a different graphic organizer, different language, and the person on the opposite side of the hall is doing something different. That would solve that issue that we have right now. So everybody would be able to have access to that same graphic organizer, that same scaffolding, so then in a professional learning community, teachers could talk about that and then really focus on what we're doing to differentiate for individuals and small groups. Whereas now, we're thinking about what can we curate for the whole class. The peer reviews, like we said, are really excellent, and it's always backwards designed. So everything that's happening in that extended writing project then goes all the way back to what they're going to be doing in reading. Everything's connected. And we plan to utilize all the materials that the resource provides. The professional development plan would start in August 2nd through the 4th. That's where people would be able to come in on a volunteer basis to learn, like Emily said, an early adopter. That's the same model that we would have. They could learn about StudySync and participate as if they're teachers, but also as if they're students, so that they can really see all the ins and outs of the program. We would have Summer Institute and Winter Institute as well for training. And then also that one Thursday per month with department meetings, we would be able to really have that embedded within, right after the school day. And then also during the common planning time, I will be strategically placed, so I'll be able to help teachers during the school day as they're planning. We do have coaching sessions that will happen with teachers at each of the high schools. And what I'm really excited about too is this is a time where we could unite with Green Bay and West Dallas, who are also using this curricular resource, and have our teachers and students be consultants on this and actually share some of our student writing. And maybe we're planning on even Doug Fisher coming in to be the keynote of that and bringing these 3 districts together, and then highlighting our students and our teachers. The cost for the 6-year contract is $174.50 per student. That's roughly about $29 per student per year. That includes a lot. So it includes all the student digital and the print, so there's student consumables as well that they would receive, and 2 novels per student. That's a one-time cost. It does come with a lot of pluses, so complete Blackboard integration, professional development support all along the way with StudySync. The customer service support is second to none. They have professional development sessions that can happen at any time right off their website. And if you email within a minute or 2, there's a customer service rep that's there for you. And then the one teacher resource is included for every 65 students as well. And what questions do you have?
Thank you. Questions or comments?
And we are planning on coming back in June for a discussion item, so that's great.
Mr. Como.
Just what is the total cost? We got the per student this time.
Right now, we're anticipating around $375,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Zenobia.
Just one question, similar to, I guess, the Iquest books. It's a large stack of books. Is it the same? Those books are for us to look at, but really this is all being done online?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. We usually purchase a class set of student consumables for students who can't access their technology for whatever the reason, but yes, it's a digital resource.
Okay.
And then just to go back to the price question, typically with our vendors, so this is out of McGraw-Hill. McGraw-Hill, we have been a very loyal customer with McGraw-Hill, and we are trying to negotiate with them, and I'll be putting in front of you in June some social studies resources, and so this price right now, again, we're trying to look at, are there any discounts that could be applied depending on how much we're purchasing? So we'll have more specific cost analysis most likely for you by the time we put it forward for adoption.
Any other comments or questions?
So this is kind of a broader, I think, question, but in every single one of the sessions that we've had tonight talking about curriculum and implementation, we've talked about the professional development that's going with it. And it's once a week, once a month, once a quarter, winter session, summer session. It would be interesting to kind of see how all of that rolls together, right? Because one of the pieces that we hear about is how much time our teachers are spending in meetings or development and looking at all of this, and yet the more curriculum we roll in and we're talking about more development, all I'm seeing is a lot more layering in on how we build that all in with making sure that we're focusing on academic achievement. Versus utilization and how to teach that, right, which is all part of that. But I'm just more curious as to how the entire PD is rolling up into building all of this out without becoming overly burdensome on time.
I guess if I can speak to a little bit as a classroom teacher, certainly time is a commodity, but I think that in having worked on this pilot and looking at the way that the resource exists, I truly believe that it's going to free up some of the time that I've spent curating curriculum, that I've spent trying to ensure that I have multiple scaffolds for all of my students and enrichment for all of my students. So those meetings for PD days, those monthly, weekly meetings are not at the expense of that planning time that I need for my students. They're to support my students. So I'm hopeful that it'll be a very effective use of our time.
Mr. Como.
I can appreciate you asking for that big overview. Professional development. I can appreciate you asking for that larger overview, because we do a lot of professional development. And I remember a time where we were rolling out some new elementary math, and this board did not focus on PD, and it was crash and burn. It failed. Nobody felt good about it. It just was not good. And so you'll see that PD is one of the things that this committee will always talk on, but that big high-level picture is, how much PD can our teachers take, I guess is the question, right? And is it too much or not enough? And I just am sharing with you that there was a day where we didn't do enough PD. I don't know what the right level is. I think we need to, continually look at that and ask everyone at every level, is this enough? Is it too much? Is it working? Is it not working? So, yeah, I appreciate that.
I want to talk just a little bit about it. So I've been in the district for 26 years, and I've never been as excited about PD as I am now. And a lot of it's because of leaders like Rachel, really. There's a system in place. So we have a lot of lead teachers. There's a lot of secondary coaches and elementary coaches, and they have lead teachers. And we're studying this book, and then we are learning about gradual release of responsibility, all the nuances of it. So then imagine you have a resource like StudySync written by the author of this. So it's not, I don't see it as two disconnected things. Why are we doing that anchor text? Oh, because that's the focused instruction. Okay, then why do we revisit? Why do we pull those small groups? It's connected to guided instruction. It's never been as connected as it is this year and then leading into next year's.
Yeah, I can attest to, when I first got on the board, PD was disconnected. I mean, it was, okay, here's the topic of the year or the month or whatever. No, let's all get excited and have everyone go and do this, and, well, why this? And then it was something different, and it wasn't connected. It was just different. They were fun topics, they were valuable topics, but there was no method to our madness, and that's what I think we have now is greater method to our madness.
I think the other piece to address, to your point, is that we do involve our teachers in those decisions. And so, Nancy mentioned like August 2nd and 3rd. That's Nancy asking her team, okay, are we willing to come in the summer? If we get majority of our teachers who say like, yes, I would much rather do this in the summer than have you schedule me from like a 4 to 6 at night or pull me out during the school day. All right, let's do it in the summer. We're going to pay you what days work. So we have that conversation with our teachers so that, because the professional learning is only as good as those who can receive it. I always use our Summer Institute is taking place the week before school starts. Teachers are trying to set up their classrooms. They are getting ready for open house. They are, for some of them who are brand new to our district, like, oh my gosh, what is day one going to be like? And so to inundate them, right, on those 2 days with, and then we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this, like they retain like 5% of what we tell them. And so we have completely in the last 2 years restructured how we do Summer Institute, because we know that, again, just like our students, I can shout at you until I'm blue in the face what you need to know, but if you're not in a position to hear it, receive it, and understand it, it doesn't matter. And so we are really cognizant as a team about making sure that our teachers are on board and at the table when we develop that professional development plan. Our administrators are at the table because, again, they're the ones who have to implement this. We're not in the classroom. We're not there. And so if they don't buy in and aren't on board, it doesn't work. And so just for what that's worth. We don't always get 100% agreement, right? Not all teachers are like, I can't wait to come in the summer. But if we get enough that we feel like we can represent the team successfully, we'll move forward.
So, sorry, excuse me. Rachel, are you saying that the PD is no longer the week before school, right?
So we have a Summer Institute that happens week before school.
Okay.
What we have shifted to is we used to offer teachers a whole lot of choice and voice. So like pick your path, and there were lots of sessions that were offered in terms of, I would say, kind of to Joe's point, like we do this in Waukesha, AVID, so pick, 3 AVID strands, and we do literacy in Waukesha, so pick 3, right? So we had lots of choice and voice. What we have since shifted to is what are our big rocks in Waukesha? What are the priorities that we really need to be grounded in? So for example, at the secondary level, our instructional framework lives with gradual release of responsibility. So during that Summer Institute, rather than inundating all of our teachers with 50 different, here's all the things we do in Waukesha, which there's a lot, we're a big system, right? We're going to make sure that they know exactly what they need to know to get going with our big rock around gradual release. So there's still professional development, but it's much more narrowed around the big rock versus a menu of options that for most of our teachers, especially like I say, new teachers coming into our system, have given us feedback like it just is a lot. It's a lot to take in.
Like let them set up their classroom, oh my God.
Yeah, yep. And we did build in additional teacher work time going into this year in lieu of some of that professional development as well, based on some of our continued teacher feedback.
So I have one more question.
Yeah.
So with the year-round PD around this, is that actually, when did that take place? What do the teachers prefer? Do they prefer after school, or do they prefer, before school, or just in their department meetings, or?
I'm going to use my social studies department because I just met with them, and then Nancy can talk about ELA. I think it's a mix. So I have a social studies department who this past year, we were scheduled to meet this summer, and they said, like, Rachel, we're out. We are tapped. We need the summer to regroup. Okay, you're done, that's okay. So do you want to meet during the school day where I pull you away from kids? Do you want to meet after school from 4 to 6 when your brains might be kind of fried and you got stuff to do at home? Do you want to meet during the early release days, which are typically teacher work time? So we give them those choices, and then they typically tell us what's most preferred. My social studies teachers went from they wanted to be pulled during the day to we did that this year, and they were like, we are not doing that next year. We cannot be away from our students. And so we're actually looking at next year doing it after school. And the number one concern that they raised was, what am I going to do with my little kids? I got little kids. That was the number one concern we heard. And so we're working with Amanda Wagner, who's our AVID coordinator, to get our AVID students who need hours to come in and do a daycare option, which currently exists at Waukesha South when they have parent-teacher conferences. So we're trying to work very creatively to meet the needs. And we also tell teachers, right, if you can't be there, you can't be there. That's why we have teams of people on these curricular revisions, because we have some teachers who it's just not the right time in their life or right space in their life to be able to dedicate that extra time to do this curricular work. And that's where we say, right, Amy's not the only English 10 or English 12 teacher in her building, but she's the person right now who has the space and place to serve on this team.
Thank you. Mr. Como.
It was great when you brought up, the first week before school and all the stuff that's going on. One of the most fun things as a board member is to meet the new teachers, meet the new employees. But you can just see the stress in the first year people, people who've taught in other districts have it all managed, right? But their first job, and it's so hard to really talk, to really get a good conversation going. But we also get together with them at the end of the first semester, and we get a chance to really listen to how that first semester went for those new teachers. And it's just amazing the difference there. And, one of the things that they talk about is professional development. And it is brought up fairly frequently that although there's a lot for that first job, that the PD has been appreciated too. So it's interesting though to see the difference between the beginning of the year and even halfway through. Not necessarily that they're completely calm, but they've calmed down and learned a lot. So that's pretty fun actually.
Thank you. Well, I just do have one clarifying question, and it gets back to kind of the price structure again, but there's a call out on the novels that are included. Are those are physical copies of novels? Are they predetermined required reading, and what grade levels? Because 2 novels over a 4-year period, 2 novels per year.
Sure. There's the novels that go with each unit that we would be able to purchase.
That come with the purchase.
Yep.
Not that come with it.
So if I'm just looking at the cost per student includes the digital, the print, and 2 novels.
Yeah, correct. 2 novels per student.
Over the 4 years?
Over the 6.
Okay.
Yes.
So are those preset required reading? Is that part of this package? Are those novels known, or are those?
So that's what we would be, during phase 2, we would be determining, because right now it's Study Sync who's picked out those texts. We obviously in our current book rooms have lots of novels that still are in really good condition that we would advocate for continued use. So in phase 2, we would be looking to decide whether those novels would become part of our whole class reads, which those go on our UBDs because those would require board approval, whether they would become something that we would move into a literature circle where students have choice and voice, or whether we say we're not going to use it.
Okay.
So that would be part of phase 2, and we would present that to you as we move through that. That would be really the August work that Nancy's talking about doing with the team.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, so we'll see you in June.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got to bring coffee to the classroom tomorrow, huh?
All right, and the last item on the agenda is getting Rachel out of her chair. All right, time for key performance indicators, MAP and risk ratio, and we have Amy Reibel, our data communications liaison.
Hello.
Hi, Amy.
Hello. Let's see if I can get hooked in here. There we go. All right. So I have two pieces to share with you tonight. The first one is around MAP and just our winter results. We give MAP 3 times a year. We gave it back in January, early February, and so those are the results that we're looking at tonight. And then I also have a new piece that will have some familiar data, but also some new data in what's called our risk ratio. And this was something you wrote in the key performance indicator document as a board, but you have not seen that data yet. So this is our very first look at that. So I'll walk you through what that looks like and what it means. So just as a refresher, and for those who are new, the MAP assessment MAP stands for Measures of Academic Progress, and it is a computer adaptive test. So students get questions based on how they answer previous questions. And it's used in grades 2 through 9 for reading and kindergarten through 9 for math. And when students take the test, they get what's called a RIT score. And the best way I can describe a RIT score is to think about a yardstick, like when you're measuring your kid's growth, and every inch on that yardstick is an incremental piece of growth. And so that RIT score might go from a 195 to a 196 to a 197 over time as the student gets better, and that's an equal measure of growth. So they also get a national percentile rank. So we can compare how our students do compared to the norm group across the nation. And we can measure both achievement and then a student's growth. So that's just a really, really quick summary of that. When we look at our MAP data, we are always, and our other standardized assessment data, we are looking at how our students perform overall, but then we're looking at 4 particular demographic groups, and this was what the board had decided a while back. So I always want to update you on how those groups break down across the district. So 6% of our students are Black or African American, 24% are Hispanic, 62% are white, and 16% have IEPs. That's our current data. Hasn't changed much since fall. So here's the key performance indicator that you adopted. So there are 2 around the MAP assessment. We'll look at the first one first, and that's at the top. MAP reading and math MAP for grades 2 through 8. What percentage of students are projected to be proficient on the forward? So the company that puts together the MAP did a study of students in Wisconsin who take both the MAP assessment and take the forward exam. And for those students who were proficient, what was their MAP score? So, and then we can predict what MAP score it takes to be likely to be proficient on the forward exam when you take that. So obviously we want that number to be as high as possible. So, and we can look at this projected proficiency at all 3 test seasons, when we give it in the fall, when we give it in the winter, and we give it in the spring. So I've broken it down first for the MAP reading test, which is the predictor of the forward English Language Arts, or ELA exam. And at the top I have, up top of my chart there, I have what we had in the fall, so how students performed in the fall. So 42.6% of all of our students in grades 2 through 8 who took the MAP were projected to be proficient on the forward exam. And that means they scored nationally, depending on the grade level, somewhere between the 65th percentile and the 72nd percentile, typically. That's what it takes to be proficient on the, to be projected to be proficient on the forward exam. And then you can see in winter, all students we had 40.6% of them that were projected to be proficient. And then you can see the breakdown by demographic group across there on the right. So some downward movement, but our students who are Black did make some forward progress there. So on the subsequent pages, I broke down the results by grade level, and again by demographic group. And I also included, for comparison's sake, last winter's results. This is only the second year that we have given MAP fall, winter, and spring. It used to be optional for schools in the fall and the winter, and then we would report out on that spring data. So I don't have a long history of winter data to compare to for us, but I do have last year's data. So I did include that there in italics. So you can see the first result, for example, for second grade for fall for all students, 36.9% were considered proficient. And then in winter, that is 39%. Last year's second graders were at 51%. And you can follow then down, basically, generally the same group of kids if you want to track across time. Last year's second graders in winter are this year's third graders in winter. So you can see that in winter, our third graders, all students overall, 41.2% of them were proficient. I should say that we have about across the district about 300 more students testing than tested last winter. If you think about, we had more students in virtual settings last year, so some of them weren't available to test. We also anecdotally noticed that I've had teachers report this year's number of instances where students who were virtual last year had higher scores than they came in with this year. So they showed a spike, and we know we had some examples of students being at home and getting some help on the assessment. So now they're back at school, not receiving that help. So that was just something that, as I've worked with teachers and principals, that's something that they've noticed, like, ooh, what's this? And so wanted to make sure I pointed that out. I think those are the key pieces there. So you've had a chance to look at all of these, so I won't go through all of them, but I did. We have those projected proficiencies for ELA all the way through 8th grade. And while we do see some areas of growth and areas where we didn't make a lot of movement, if they're within 1 point, I would say that's pretty flat. We also had some declines. So unless there are questions, I'll move on to that same metric, the projected proficiency for math. And again, this is measured for 2nd through 8th grade. We don't have a 9th grade projected proficiency because 9th graders don't take the forward exam. It's just a 3rd through 8th grade test. So you can see for our all student group in math, 43.8% of our students were proficient in the fall, or projected to be proficient in the fall, and in the winter, 43.5%. So essentially stayed the same, as they did pretty much across the board, with a multiple point decline for our students who are Black. And just over a point decline for our students with IEPs. Again, on the subsequent pages, the fall and winter results by grade level are broken down. And again, for comparison's sake, last winter's results are there as well. So second grade had some growth in the all-student category, in most categories except for the students who are Black. Third grade had some mixed results compared to fall. And then with fourth and fifth grade, more of the same. And then middle school is on the last 2 pages. There we see some declines as well. So that's the projected proficiency piece. If there are no questions, I'll move on to the second metric. And I want to make sure that you have the same numbers I have. So when I logged into this presentation today, there were 4 blank slides and some missing numbers. So I don't know if that was a back arrow incident or what happened, but I want to make sure we have the same numbers. So this second metric is we're looking for an increase in the number of students scoring above the 25th percentile on MAPS. So we know that the students scoring below the 25th percentile are most at risk and academically, and so we want to make sure that we're moving students closer to proficiency. So we're looking to grow that number above the 25th percentile. So last fall, it was 81.8% of our students were at or above the 25th percentile. This winter, it is 80.6. So just a small change. And again, because those winter numbers disappeared for me earlier, I'm going to make sure you've got them correct. For our students who are white in the fall, they were at 87.4%, and in the winter, they're at 86.7%. So not much of a change there. For our students who are Hispanic, 72% of them were at or above the 25th percentile in fall. Here in the winter, it's 70.7%.
Yeah, ours are all different.
Okay. So we'll make
Yeah,
sure you get
really
corrected
different.
copies. I don't
Yeah.
know what happened, but I'm glad to know what happened to you and not just me. I guess, I don't know. And then for our students who are Black, it was 59.4 in the fall, and currently is 57.4.
And I'm glad they're different because we went from 81.8 in the fall down to 19.41.
We have the inverse of your numbers.
I think what happened was I initially put those numbers in, and then somewhere they got
Subtract from
put,
100.
when I put the new ones in, then they went backwards. So we'll get that taken care of because I had to redo them. So students with IEPs, 50.2% in the fall, and then 50% in the winter. So very little change. Now these, I didn't see any changes to these numbers, so this should all still be accurate. So again, looking at students being at or above the 25th percentile. You can see second grade again had growth. Most other areas stayed relatively the same or had either a small decline. Some of our subgroups did have some small growth. What I think I've been talking to, as I talk with principals and particularly since this winter season, it's been mostly with principals. And I heard actually Dr. Cook talking with our elementary principals about this today. We have moved, in many cases, kids above the 25th percentile, but they're not yet to that proficiency level. So we've got a large group falling between the 25th and, say, the 60th. And again, to be projected to be proficient, you have to be at the 65th to the 72nd. So they're not quite there. And those students aren't reflected in any of these numbers. So that's kind of the missing gap that you're not seeing in these key performance indicators. But our schools are seeing that they've got kids who are moving out of that 25th percentile, but they're not yet at that proficient stage.
Just a question, Mr. Como.
Yeah, remind me of our definition of at-risk academically.
So, well, we ask every school to look at students below the 25th percentile.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the kids who are most likely in need of an academic intervention or some kind of additional support. And
In order to become proficient, in order to graduate, in order to, okay.
just for this to
Yep.
become proficient.
So I mean, we
ultimately-
use at-risk.
Well, and
quite
there are some definite at-risk indicators.
differently,
But we know that, I mean, research has told us, and this is why it's on the school report card, for example, they look at third grade reading. We know that third grade reading is an indicator of a student's likelihood to graduate from high school. So if they're reading at third grade, they're more likely to be able to successfully make it through high school. Eighth grade algebra, or eighth grade math. If a student is on track by eighth grade in math, that has been an indicator of college success. So.
And that's why I wanted to ask how we define it here, because we're not talking about graduation rate here.
No.
But we do talk about that when we're talking about at-risk in general.
Well, a
So-
student who perpetually scored below the 25th percentile, that was at the 10th percentile, for example, would likely be a student who is not reading at grade level at third grade, and then could be at risk for graduation. That's, our first step is, are they at risk of not being proficient? And so you can't be proficient on the MAP assessment if you're scoring below the 25th.
So are we using this generically or very specifically when we say at-risk academically here for this report?
So at risk in the concept of like how we would provide services, how we would define it, follows the statutory definition of being a chronic truant plus behind, I'm trying to remember all the areas, chronic truant plus adjudicated delinquent or school-age parent or homeless so there's a variety of factors that go into an actual identification. The risk ratio that Amy's talking about is more predictive. By the time you're formally designated as at risk, you have met that definition. And our schools go through a process for identification. We'll talk about that in a different meeting.
But this is a first step, looking at those kids who are below the 25th percentile, for sure. Okay, so then that was reading. So this is math. Students who are scoring at or above the 25th percentile. And again, I want to double check these numbers to make sure that we're on the same page. So in the fall, all of our students, that all student group, 81.7 of them were scoring at or above the 25th percentile. And in math in the fall, it's 81.1. So again, you probably have the inverse. Students who are white, in the fall it was 88.7, in the winter it's 88.6. Hispanic, 69.6, in the fall, 68 now. Students who are black, 56 in the fall, 55.5 in the winter. Students with IEPs, 52.3 in the fall and 53.7 in the winter.
The updated copy.
Yeah.
Friday board packet.
So on the subsequent page then, I've got the grade level breakdown. Again, we give math to kindergarten and first grade as well as grades 2 through 9. So which we do not give them reading. So Once again, I've included the winter 2021 scores just as comparison.
I just have a quick question, just for a frame of reference, when we're talking about metrics, right? So one of the biggest things that we have is to use metrics to our advantage, and effectively what we're seeing is going through all these slides right now is that we have not moved the needle an ounce. In fact, and to some degree, we've dropped more in our overall proficiency, which, I mean, this needs to be a number one topic for this committee. The second piece is we talk about when we're taking a look at the 25th percentile, what is this telling me? I mean, if, in all fairness, if I'm looking at this as a school board member, as a community, how much am I concerned that I have 80% that are above the 25 percentile, right? So it's all about a play on the numbers, right? It's what do you want the metrics to look like when I know that I have 55 to 60% of my overall population that is not proficient. And the conversation needs to be, where are the metrics on proficiency and how are we starting to drive to figure out how do we change this? And I would like to see, I think, some actions or some teeth into this as to how would we as a community and a board and a district change all of this, because taking a look at that I have 80% of our students that are above the 25 percentile is a little bit misleading. It's one of those pieces that doesn't give me the correct information too. So I think that I'd like to take a look at what metrics we want to provide and make sure that we're giving a really clear snap. I think this is great information by subject and by grade. I think that's very valuable. But all that we're seeing is a continued trend decline. We're not moving it. We got to start figuring out how to change this.
I just want to add.
Jody, respond, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that, Carrie. I was going to kind of wait till the end to say this too, but, okay, so the board adopted these key performance indicators just in October. So you're actually, I think joining at a good time, because we're still at a point of getting baseline data to a lot of these metrics. What you're missing, and I think we've all seen missing though also, and we do need to have like a board work session on this, is the actual measures of success. Like, what is the percent projected proficiency that we're looking for, and when do we want it by? So these, as developed, make sense to get a broad brush stroke of the baseline data, but what we still don't have, and I think it's going to be critical for the community, is what are we striving for? And I think Kelly mentioned that in year one, kind of coming out of the gates, like what are the metrics we're shooting for? These give us raw data points. I still would like to see us get a sort of a more developed scoreboard so we can see like what that sort of striving or end result is. So I would look forward to like that continued dialogue as we like develop these goals, like deepen the goals, in my opinion.
Raquel, did you have a comment?
I'll wait till you finish your presentation.
Okay. So yes, you can see all the numbers there again, all the way through 8th grade, and then we have this year's 9th grade data. We did not require MAP for 9th graders last year, so I don't have a winter 2021 score to compare to, so you'll just see that there. So those are the two MAP metrics that are part of the risk ratio. So if there are no questions about that, then we can introduce the risk ratio.
There is a question. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Well, I don't know if it's a question or a comment. I just think, looking at these scores, our black students, the numbers are I'm not happy. And I think that needs to be a priority that we need to address in this district, on getting all of our kids on grade level and proficiency. But it seems like as I go through these charts, there's a drastic drop you know, in our black students in terms of proficiency. And I agree with Carrie. I think too much time has been lost with all of this diversity, all this type of stuff. We need academic recovery as a priority. Because if they can't read and write, what good does it do, right, for them? So I think that needs to be a priority for this committee and the school board, is getting all of our students, but especially the most vulnerable, on grade level. So.
Mr. Como.
I don't want to jump ahead, but there are a couple action steps that you're going to get to that I think focuses on that. We'll get there eventually, though, in this presentation.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Amy.
So the second piece, this is brand new for you, the way that we're looking at this information. But this was another piece that was adopted by the board in those key performance indicators, and it's called the risk ratio, and it looks at the academic performance and behavior of students of color. And so I want to just read you, this comes from DPI and the Wisconsin RTI Center, Response to Intervention Center, and so I just want to read you how they define it. This tool is designed to be used by schools to calculate the risk of students of color as compared to white students for academic and behavioral adversity. In Wisconsin, like the greater United States, we see racialized patterns of educational performance and failure where students of color are disciplined more than their white peers and where white students outperform students of color academically. So this is a way of looking at that. So I took multiple data points and put them into this spreadsheet that then generates these graphs. So I've got the graphs with you. So the first metric, the first three pieces actually are around discipline. And so they look at the number of office discipline referrals, and the percentage of students by race group, and the number of students in the group and the number of students in the group who received an office discipline referral. And then they can calculate the percentage and compare that percentage to that percentage for white students and come up with that ratio. So white students on here will always be 1. And as you can see, for office discipline referrals, students who are black are more than 3 times as likely to have an office discipline referral than a white student. So, and then we've got American Indian and Pacific Islander are 2 very small demographic groups in our district. So just know that those groups are of different percentages. The second discipline-related metric is suspensions. And so, again, white students, it's always going to be a 1.0, but here you can see that students who are Hispanic, students who are 2 or more races, and students who are black have a higher likelihood of suspensions, with students who are black being 6 times as likely to be suspended from school. Bless you. The third discipline-related category is expulsions. Now, we have had very few expulsions. This data was all collected at the end of first semester, since we're doing this twice a year. I collected the data at that time. And so this represents just 4 students across our district. So just be aware of that. But you can see that in this case, again, small numbers, but our black and Asian students were much more likely to be suspended. Or expelled, excuse me. So those were the discipline-related ratios. Then the academic portions of the risk ratio are divided into 2 categories. One is called screening, and so we use our MAP data for that because we're able to respond to that data quickly, and it's helping us figure out, for example, which of our students need an intervention. So this is the MAP screening data, and I use that same projected proficiency benchmark by race group you can see here. So, and this is the risk of students not being proficient. So our students who are black, American Indian, Hispanic, a Pacific Islander or two or more races are more likely to not be proficient than our white students, which based on that previous data you could see, but you can kind of see the breakdown now by all demographic groups. This first chart is for reading, and the second chart is for math. The second chart, you can see that our black students for math are most likely to not be proficient. The last portion of the academic piece of the risk ratio is the more summative piece. And so I combined forward and ACT to cover more, to get a better picture for more students. So it's 3rd through 8th grade take the forward, and then our 11th graders take the ACT. And so you can see the academic breakdown. These are the students who are not meeting the benchmark on forward or ACT. So again, our black students and actually Pacific Islander are more than twice as likely to not be proficient on forward or ACT in reading, and less of a discrepancy in math, but still the discrepancy is there. Any questions specifically about the risk ratio?
So there are some questions, and I know it's 10 after 10 o'clock at night, but our students' lives are way more important than, the time sitting here. So I'm going to ask some questions because I do have them, and our student lives are in our hands. So with that being said, I want to say thank you for presenting this. This takes a lot of time on your end, and just to be here at night with us, I really appreciate that. I just have some concerns about the suspension rates with our black students. How in the world is our black students have the highest risk in most of these categories? I don't understand it. And, can someone help me walk through, at least for the suspensions, how is this, what are they, what are some of the common factors that they're suspended for? Are there staff members in the school that just, don't know how to hold our kids accountable? But I hear that a lot too, in terms of, the low expectations. And what I want to see is, before it even gets to suspension, I want to see our students held to high expectations and no exception, no excuses. Because when we don't hold them to high expectations, then they don't have high expectations for themselves. They're making bad decisions and getting suspended. And the next thing you know, it just spirals down from there. Because we felt bad for them or their circumstances, so we didn't set the bar high for them. We made excuses for them. So I want to know, what are the common factors on why this group of students, and I'm very passionate because obviously, why are those students had a higher suspension rate?
So, trying to remember, COVID does kind of put a cloud in there, but 2 or 3 years ago, our district embarked on a 2-year discipline committee journey where we began to dig into our data around office discipline referrals, which do trigger suspensions, expulsion data. We reviewed the professional development that we'd had in our system over a number of years. We reviewed trends in education, current literature on exclusionary discipline, so suspensions and expulsions, information on the behavior component of the RTI, the PBIS component, restorative practices, the full gamut of things. Over that time, and just for some perspective, we had about 60 members on that committee. We had teacher representation, student services representation, administrative representation, and we found a couple of key things. One, inconsistencies from classroom to classroom around what the expectations were. So a student, for instance, would go from first period with me to second period with Carrie to third period with Anthony and so on and so forth, and we all had different expectations. So we found that there was some confusion in the system for the students in and around what the expectations were. The second thing is, and the staff almost universally identified that they were struggling with cultural barriers between the teaching staff and the students that they were serving. So that committee did lead ultimately to us coming up with a district equity approach to try to address the differences, the cultural differences between our teaching staff and our students in an effort to better meet the needs of our kids. Because what we found was black students in this case, in some instances, would be written up for things that white kids were not being written up for. And principals would go in and do an, not formal investigation, they would just go in and see it. White kid is doing X, black kid is doing X, black kid ended up with a discipline referral, white kid did not. So we were working to normalize some of that across the system, and that work has since discontinued. But that is going to be part of our discipline committee as we go forward. We're going to be teeing that up next year. So that is one of the issues that we have had. When you look at the expulsion data, we've had so few cases of expulsion in the district, and we are using the state identifiers for an expellable offense. So, substantial amount of drugs at school, substantial bodily harm, repeated refusal, whatever it might be. So when we start to look at those things, there are some things that if you do them, you're going to get expelled from school. We do use a pre-expulsion process, so we build in a review before it goes to the board for expulsion, so we try to provide additional services, put a contract in place to build in some supports for kids. So we have specifically taken that approach. We do that universally for all kids, so that's not just like kids with disabilities or black kids or whatever it is. It's anybody gets that shot at the pre-expulsion process before they come to the board. So we've really tried to balance those things to try to serve our kids. But we are in that place where we do know it's a problem. The other thing that we do run into, and it's just by nature of some flow, 6% of our student population is black. And so if you have a few high flyers in that group, where you may have a student with 50 office discipline referrals a year, 60 office discipline referrals a year, that number stands out much stronger than when like 60% of your district is white and you have another high flyer who's white and it's one of 65% of the population. So there's some number work in there, but we have tried to take a concerted approach on that, and it's just, we are right now, you're seeing the data as to where we're at.
Yeah, and I want to make this clear. I'm not upset with you all. I'm so passionate. But I will say this. It's shocking. But also, I don't want to see any student suspended, regardless of race, right? What I want to see is high expectations for all of our students, regardless of race. So when they enter our classrooms in our schools, this is the behavior expectation. Everyone's going to be held accountable, regardless if they white, black, or pinstripe, because we love our kids and we want all of our kids to succeed. I just think, I have to do some more digging on, are the expectations held high for all of our students? Are they not? So I don't know. So those are just things that I want to meet with you all more on, and seeing how they're being rolled out in our schools, and in holding kids accountable for the action, but also, again, setting the high expectation for all of our kids. So it's something that I look forward to working with both of you on that. So,
Mr. Zenobia.
I do have a question, maybe a little bit along the line of what Mr. Moore is talking about. If I look at the three categories in the risk ratio here, starting with the ODR, and I look at black students at 3.28, then their suspensions rise to 6, and their expulsions to 21.44. And maybe this is, like you mentioned, there's some work within the numbers there, but that to me looks like a progression from once there's a disciplinary action to a suspension, then an expulsion. That is the data being presented here tonight in the academic portion. Is that helping us identify this, or is it that our intervention into the process here is also failing? It looks like a kind of shocking, actually. The only thing that's more out of whack than that is, the Asian students don't appear to get a lot of referrals or suspensions, but they're off the charts on expulsions. per what we saw on these three graphs.
Right. I'd just like to point out that those expulsions represent 4 students.
Okay, so.
It's just
Right.
4 kids in that.
And I appreciate that. What I'm asking here, though, is the progression of, the ODR is a much bigger number, correct?
Yeah, that represents thousands of.
Thousands.
Mhm.
And so then our suspensions are,
Smaller number.
but somewhere in the middle, is that fair to say? In the hundreds maybe, or no?
Hundreds.
Hundreds, okay.
Hundreds. Couple
So I'm just looking at these numbers that progress. That is my only point. Does the data that we're looking at in the academic portion really help us identify this? Or is this really an area that is more the student services of these individual instances? I mean, where is this better managed, I guess is my question, because it looks strange on the graph, but, the progression there, I guess. It looks like while we have a referral, that is leading to.
So if you were to look at the behavior data that you see up here, particular to the number of referrals and the number of suspensions, if you equate that to missed class time, because that's what it is. A referral, like I said before, is 10 minutes to a half hour, just based off of what the volume is in the office. The suspension is usually days of in-school or days of out-of-school suspension. So you're looking at a lot of missed instruction by group up there. And so when you start to go back and you look at how kids are performing academically, the more referrals equal the more time out of the classroom, which equals more missed instruction, which then will have an impact on how students are performing on any classroom-based assessment, the unit test, or the MAP assessment or the forward assessment. I mean, there is that relationship. So when you see the risk ratio as it pertains to discipline to academics, there is a risk. The more times you're out, the lower your scores are going to be. When we do get into the Student Services Committee, which is a different committee, we are going to be talking about this as it pertains then to the overall, like the discipline, the behavior committee that we have in the district, because, we've looked at our suspension data for students or our referral data for students. Kids who have received 0 to 2, students who have received 3 to 9, 10 to 19, 19 plus, and where are they performing academically then on the state forward exam? And so we can run reports on that and we can take a look at that. And our Student Services Committee will begin to do that. There will be some overlay with how it plays into teaching and learning. But when we get into the actionable steps around that, we can talk about universal practices across the system. Some of that is linked to what Luke was talking about tonight with SEL across the system. We can talk about PBIS strategies or similar approaches to behavior, but that is kind of the outcome of any of those discussions if we want to proactively address this. I agree with you, Mr. Moore, we have to have high expectations for students, but a component to that, and a component that we've heard many times over from people who have spoken at the podium, from internal conversations, from feedback that we've gotten is, where's the discipline component of that? And that discipline, you can do the teaching part, you can do the restorative part, but you're ultimately going to lead to detention, in-school and out-of-school suspension. And those things all come into play. And if we have a data presentation, you can see our suspension, both in school and out of school suspension for this school year is very similar to what it was in the 18-19 school year, which is the last normal school year we've had. 19-20, we shut down early. Last year was the pandemic, and now we're at where we're at. So I hope to bring those things forward to you in the Student Services Committee so we can dig into that a little bit more.
Just as a reminder, this is the very first look at this risk ratio for everybody. So this is really our kind of our baseline. We've not done this before, so opportunity.
And I would just add, that's the motivation behind really setting aside some time to talk about how we support our students. And obviously, we've heard a lot about discipline and the need to focus there. Looking at the outcomes here and talking about how we structure a curriculum and what happens in the classroom in terms of, the content of the instruction is really important because we want the best materials and the resources that work. But we can't do that in isolation from the behaviors. But we need to create the capacity to have all those conversations. So they play together. We'll have to work through how these two committees kind of partner around those topics. But I think creating that capacity to understand that a little bit better will be helpful. And then thinking about what we do about that in terms of the engagement and support of the students is important as well. So I appreciate the deep dive into the data. I don't know that we need paper copies of the updated materials, just having the PowerPoint updated would make sense, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions on this topic or comments? Everybody's, Mr. Coleman?
Yeah, I'd like you to go into the SLO a little bit. What is that? I mean, I know what it is. I've been around a while, but I think this is an important point. So what are we doing about this?
Yeah, we're not the only people looking at this data. So our teachers and our principals have spent a lot of time, particularly around the MAP data when it came out in the winter. And the beginning of the year, each teacher, as a part of the educator effectiveness process, writes a student learning objective. So they set out a plan to measure the growth of students, and we ask that they have included in that their group that they're measuring, because it might, if you have 125 kids, that you see throughout the day, you might not be measuring the growth of all of them, but you're employing this strategy with all of them that's going to help students grow. But we ask them to measure students who are in those demographic groups that we look at, and then they work on, so it's a particular goal that they set and a strategy that they're going to use and how they're going to measure it. And then at the end of the year, they meet with their evaluator again and see if they achieve their goal. So
Could you give us an example?
off the top of my head, at what time is it? Let's think here. So employing a particular reading strategy or a writing strategy, perhaps with around intentional small groups and reading, that I'm going to meet with each group 3 times a week, and we're going to do X strategy, and then I'm going to measure their growth on either the MAP test or perhaps a unit assessment, something that they're doing like that.
And so then,
get you
who
something
looks
better.
at SLOs?
Pardon?
Who looks at them? Are they
Well, it's the-
effective?
it's
Is it
the-
working?
That would be a whole conversation, I think, with Tiara Rogers, for sure, 'cause she oversees our educator effectiveness. As a principal, I found good growth with them because it allowed teachers to really think deeply about their strategy and measure the growth that that they were getting. So I think it engages our teachers and principals in regular conversation around that in a different way.
And I know I'm trying to push you to say a lot in a very short period of time, but there's a process in place. It's been in place for a long time to try and take actions that do address things that the data is showing. There is a very detailed process that we go through, so that will come out over time.
Multiple processes that happen. Nobody is sitting and looking at this data and saying, there is hard work happening, and you hear a lot of it here. Is there more work to be done? Yeah.
So we need to follow up on that. If the response plan is not new, what do we do to kind of assess or triage what happened this past year? So if we had individual student learning objectives, and then we find ourselves in this situation with the outcomes that we're looking at right now, and we talked about earlier that disciplinary referrals are not surprisingly high, how do we reconcile all that? What's the process that leadership is going through to reconcile? We've had the SLOs, we've had that focus for individual students. We hear that there's a discipline problem, we don't see it in the data. How do we reconcile what we're looking at?
I'll take a stab at that. I think in general terms, we continue to focus back on the universal level for all kids. And so whether that be curriculum or whether that be behavior, I think we are truly, and you see it through the hours worth of meetings we have, we are trying to onboard, in essence, a consistent, guaranteed, and viable curriculum, as well as Dr. Cook mentioned in our exploration with that behavior team, we really need to explore what the universal expectations and the universal high expectations are for kids, so that kids know what they are and staff know what they are. I think we're still coming out of the du jour or the collage of options. And we know as a system that we had to get tighter on that. Similarly, in professional development, how it's gone from a funnel of this big of options for teachers, narrowing it down. The same thing I would say with our student SLOs. I would say even when I was a principal 10 years ago at Waukesha North, my staff could do SLOs in basically whatever area they wanted. We're really now trying to guide their focus around our big rocks around literacy, tightening up the focus on the subgroups, using common assessment data. So, again, all those things, I think, from sort of the wild, wild west, as we call it, to really getting tighter on all of these systems and structures is what we're doing in our implementation efforts. That's just what I think of it in our general work. I don't know if...
The thing that I'd add to that is just the soliciting of the feedback through the surveys from families, from teachers, from the kids, hearing firsthand from them. That might give us some insights into outside of what the behavioral referrals are. That's the more day-to-day, what was your individual experience, see how that comes together for us. And then initiating the behavior team, the discipline team for the district, and seeing what next steps we can take in order to come across with a universal approach. Once we have that universal approach that provides kids consistency from period to period or from, grade level to grade level, and making sure that we have an identifier around that so that, we can at least control that. And then getting into more of those mental health interventions that we can provide students, where you're getting into tier 2, tier 3, individualized counseling support at school, where we're seeing that the mental health is overlaying behavior, and how do we go about, again, providing help to kids that way.
Okay. Thank you. Last call. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right, last item on the agenda is opportunity for recommendations for future meetings. Hearing none. I do. Okay, go ahead, Carrie.
So the data analysis that we just got from Amy, how frequently is that coming? Because what I think that we need to have is our KPIs need to be frequent. Yeah. They need to be monitored, and I know that we have a lot of them. I've looked at the 4 pages of them, right? Yeah. There's a lot of teeth there. There's some of them that are measured over a longer period of time, or we don't have test results because we only test a couple times on different fronts. Mm-hmm. But in order for us to effectively gauge how we're doing, we need to have at every monthly meeting a set of key KPIs that we have tangible that we can start to measure. And defining what those are, I think, is going to be a key point. And I think that Jody hits on your comment that, hey, we just started these KPIs, but we're on 8 years of trends. We've had processes that are in place to address. I would argue that it's time to reassess them and figure out what KPIs we can start to measure so that we have tangible pieces. One of the other thoughts that I have is, we talk a lot about the hand-in-hand between behavioral and achievement. I'm curious as to how many behavioral issues do not become referral issues. And if that is the gap, right, that we're not able to see that on your chart, but that's also a distinguishment between what we're seeing. I'm kind of tossing that out there without much on that, but I think those are things that we need to look at. And I think we need to have KPIs, and there's got to be concrete. What is the things that we are most focused on to start redirecting the ship?
So thank you for that. Just to give you context, we have had a key performance indicator on every single month's T&L agenda. So with that said, though, I know Dr. Piasek and I want to talk about sort of the restructured format and how we can bring to life sort of a clearer focus around those KPIs. So we're probably a month out from that, but hopefully in June, we could start to model a consistent structure that will be predictable for the board in terms of a KPI and our community as well. So.
Was there anything else? Okay. Anyone else? All right. With that, 4.5 hours later, we are adjourned.